The plot begins on the eve of an important ceremony. A young crown prince named Melvin Nexus is about to come of age, inheriting power over the family fortress in the Lands of Winds. Despite his youth, the prince was a tall, broad-shouldered man with unnaturally white hair. Not gray or yellowish, but snow white. He also had a younger sister, Princess Cheryl, who had the same unusual appearance, and she was also assigned a certain role in the ceremony. One day, Melvin, kneeling before his little sister, like a knight before a beautiful lady, explained that she would need to bring the sacred balm with which the heir to the throne would be anointed. This was an extremely honorable procedure that would never be entrusted to a random person, even one of high status, so a terrible responsibility fell on the girl's shoulders. And the poor thing was very nervous about it. Walking down the corridor with a tray in her hands, on which the ceremonial cup was shaking and jumping, Cheryl reminded herself in horror that she could not let her little brother down. In another situation, this role would have been performed by their parents, but unfortunately, the father and mother of the young Nexuses passed away, and the unpleasant solemn duty passed to the girl. Slowly and with the utmost caution approaching the maid, the main character once again reminded herself that everything had to go perfectly. It was extremely important, and at that moment, it might seem that everything was really going well. Holding the tray tightly, the protagonist moved it towards the maid and respectfully bowed her head. The servants, unable to control their emotions, clapped their hands. They were extremely happy that the young lady was doing such an important job perfectly. Cheryl might have been pleased, but there was no time for that at the rehearsal. She reminded the brunette that the latter was obliged to accept the cup and perform the rest of the ritual, and not to applaud. The girl awkwardly admitted her mistake, but then came to her senses and decided to continue the ceremony. Stuttering, she delivered a solemn speech and reached for the vessel. And according to the laws of the genre, just at the moment when it seemed that everything would be fine, the situation went awry. While trying to take the tray, the maid dropped the cup. The sacred object, from which for many years a miraculous balm had flowed, symbolizing the power of the Nexuses over the surrounding lands, unceremoniously fell to the ground. It was like a bomb falling. The dishes made a mournful clang as they hit the stone floor, and both girls froze in horror, as if they had been turned into pillars of salt. The first to come to her senses was the awkward maid, and she, for obvious reasons, was very scared. It was easy to imagine what kind of punishment the powers that be could have prepared for such an offense. Unable to hold back her tears, the maid began to beg the princess for leniency, but the latter had no time for that. She herself was no less frightened by what had happened. After all, this relic is of great value, and if even the slightest damage were to be caused to it, it could lead to a terrible scandal. But then the protagonist turned her gaze to the maid, who continued to eat herself. The unfortunate woman was already imagining how, at best, she would be thrown out the gate in disgrace. It was a difficult choice. The main character could blame the servants for all the sins. She would easily get away with it, but the innocent girl would suffer for an essentially harmless mistake. Eventually, Cheryl made up her mind, and in an emphatically calm tone, assured the brunette that everything was fine, forcing the maid to stop sobbing in quiet hysterics for a moment. The princess lied that she was to blame for what happened. She allegedly awkwardly tilted the tray when passing it, causing the gilded cup to fall and get crumpled like a piece of paper. The stunned woman tried to convince the young owner that everything had been done perfectly on her part, but the blonde had already taken control of the conversation and asked her subordinate to clean the room. Smiling and looking at the servants with green, jade-like eyes, Cheryl promised that she would tell her uncle everything, so no one would punish the poor brunette. After some time, the audience is shown the main character standing in front of a large door. Apparently, this was the passage to the chambers of the aforementioned uncle. The princess, of course, tried her best to pretend that everything was fine, so as not to upset her subordinate. But in reality, her soul was scratched by cats from fear of a reprimand. She could have stood in front of the door for a long time, not daring to knock on them and tormenting herself with unpleasant thoughts. But then a voice rang out that made Cheryl shudder and almost drop the ill-fated cup. It turned out to be her brother, so Cheryl very quickly hid the relic behind her back and tried to pretend that everything was fine and nothing out of the ordinary was happening here. Melvin was in some ways like the human embodiment of winter at its best. He was extraordinarily handsome and majestic, but at the same time good-natured and easygoing. As it turned out, The elder Nexus was currently very busy at a meeting. Very soon, he would cease to be the leader of the fortress, giving up this position to his nephew, so it was necessary to put the remaining affairs in order at all costs. It would seem that the threat had passed, and Cheryl wouldn't even have to account for the annoying awkwardness. But at some point, the blonde noticed that his little sister was hiding something. An attempt to hide the cup more securely by turning the other way ended in an even more awkward moment. The girl slipped on her heel and almost fell. Fortunately, Melvin caught her. The young prince asked in horror if everything was okay with the main character. But a moment later, he glanced sideways and saw what exactly she was trying to hide from those around her. Realizing that she had been exposed, the protagonist tried her best to come up with some kind of excuse. But nothing but unintelligible gibberish came out, and the young man sighed. He looked like a tired parent who was forced to deal with the antics of his restless offspring once again. But then he abruptly lifted his sister into his arms, causing her to scream. Luckily, the prince had no intention of harming the princess, as one might think. Instead, he carefully sat her down on the nearest soft seat. Melvin then knelt down and began to carefully examine Cheryl's feet, until he finally came to the conclusion that the shoes were extremely narrow. Taking off one of them, the young man clicked his tongue in annoyance. During the rehearsals for the coronation ceremony, the main character had rubbed her tender legs until they were covered in red stripes. The protagonist felt awkward, as if it was her own fault, and tried to explain that it was the first time she had worn those shoes, but her relative quickly interrupted her. This wasn't an attempt to scold the girl and lecture her on how princesses should always look perfect. On the contrary, Melvin explained that he loved his sister and was proud of her, no matter what she looked like. That's why the man believed that the main character didn't have to dress in uncomfortable clothes just because this tedious ceremony was taking place tomorrow. The girl tried to say something else, but her older brother again did not give her the opportunity. He began to massage her tired, throbbing legs, confessing that he dreamed of Cheryl becoming a more confident person. The girl's green eyes gleamed treacherously, and only her willpower kept her from bursting into tears. After all, she didn't hear things like that every day. Eventually, the protagonist gathered her strength and admitted that she simply wanted to look respectable in the eyes of all those important people who would be attending the celebration tomorrow. However, the prince continued to stand his ground. Looking intently straight into the eyes of his younger relative, he asked her to believe him, considering such efforts unnecessary. Then Melvin blushed deeply and said that the guests would definitely fall in love with Cheryl at first sight. And the guy looked so happy, as if his most cherished wish had come true. He literally glowed, like a tiny sun that had somehow acquired an anthropomorphic embodiment. And this positivity, thanks to tender words, was transmitted to the protagonist. Of course, it was nice to hear that she would quickly become the greatest treasure in the eyes of others. But the girl quickly noted that she did not want that. At this point, the prince had to capitulate. Rising, he suggested to his sister to return to business, because their humble abode was visited by Fell, the head of another fortress called Blair. With a good-natured smile, Melvin explained that the man wanted to make sure that the main characters would be okay, and he even agreed to play the role of the high priest. Hearing this, Cheryl flinched as if she had been struck by an electric shock. Since the mysterious guest wanted to accept such an important position, it meant that he would be the first to notice the confusion with the cup. The prince only now noticed the damaged artifact, and although he personally didn't care about this jewelry, the blonde couldn't help but admit that it was better not to show this to Fellow. In the girl's opinion, this was putting it very mildly. If the commandant of the Blair fortress had seen such an indecency, he would have been able to announce the postponement of the ceremony to another day. Even though the man was Melvin's friend, the white-haired prince admitted that it was true. He was a rather prim individual, so the problem needed to be solved. Fortunately, the solution was much closer than it might seem. In this world, there was not only technology, but also magic, and each fortress had a personal wizard. The future ruler was going to simply ask a sorcerer named Logan to return the cup to its original form. Then no one would know anything. But just at that moment, someone's tenacious hand snatched the artifact away. Its owner turned out to be a young man with very long black hair. And although he did not show any anger, his voice seemed to send a chill down the corridor. Unlike his siblings, this man had blue eyes. Like two ice crystals, They looked straight into the soul of the interlocutor, seeing even the most carefully hidden secrets. This was Fel, the head of the Blair Fortress, and the actor playing the role of the high priest who would anoint Melvin to the throne. And he was also very interested in what happened to the relic. The usually relaxed and calm blonde became noticeably nervous. He tried to come up with a convincing explanation, but to no avail. And then a new face entered the conversation. It was the main character, bowing her head respectfully and asking for forgiveness for having clumsily dropped the cup, turning it into a crumpled misunderstanding. The brunette didn't answer. He simply measured the girl with his gaze from the height of his enormous height, as if trying to read her thoughts and understand whether this was a lie. The atmosphere became even colder. Although Fel still didn't say anything or even grimace, he was one of those people who could frighten others with just a look. The protagonist felt as if frost was appearing on her spine. She looked away with difficulty, quietly muttering that she was very sorry for this oversight. Melvin, feigning indignation, rushed to his sister's defense and began to scold his friend for making fun of her. But the man was not going to support this game. He stated in a calm tone that he had no intention of making fun of anyone, but the blonde didn't stop there. He turned to his younger sister with a conspiratorial look. Without trying to lower his voice, the young man told the protagonist that they say that Blair Fortress has 3 weapons against the monsters of the wastelands: the highest and thickest wall in the world, and fearless and skilled knights. The last weapon stood right there. The prince unceremoniously pointed his finger at the imperturbable brunette, who continued to hold the ill-fated deformed cup. Nexus triumphantly concluded that Blair Felix is the most terrible weapon against monsters, because even they are afraid of his stern and impenetrable expression. Of course, it was a joke, but everyone except Melvin felt terribly awkward. While the blonde was beaming with pleasure, Cheryl was burning with shame, and Fel froze like an ice statue. The main character tried to remind her brother that it was very impolite to speak in such a tone about the head of another fortress. But, to her even greater shame, she admitted that she understood this joke a little. With his cool, stoic demeanor, Chief Blair could seem creepy even in everyday life. But if you looked past that, he was actually quite handsome. The protagonist hadn't noticed it before, but now, looking closer, she felt a strange warmth being born in her chest, and she thought that Felix was perhaps the most perfect person God had ever created. Unfortunately for the main character, her older brother noticed this. He said out loud that the princess was looking at the important guest for a suspiciously long time. What happened next could have been an act in a play in some theater of the absurd. The elder Nexus suddenly pressed his little sister to his chest, shouting that he would not allow something. The girl screamed in fear and surprise, and Melvin launched into an explanation. Of course, Fel, if you don't count his terrible face, is a good person, but Cheryl is too young to fall in love with him. The brunette watched this performance from the sidelines. He didn't say anything, but you didn't have to be a telepath to feel that even Felix was uncomfortable, and the blonde wasn't finished yet, shouting that he wouldn't let his relative marry before she came of age. The poor girl was ready to sink into the ground from shame. But, fortunately, her brother had a sense of proportion. He decided to finish and good-naturedly ruffled his sister's hair. The elder Nexus's gaze was full of tenderness and love. Perhaps he sometimes liked to tease the protagonist in a brotherly way, but he would never let anyone hurt her. Awkwardly ruffling his own hair, the prince admitted that he was incredibly lucky to have both a beloved younger sister and a wonderful best friend, so he stopped chatting nonsense. And besides, the heir to the fortress of the Land of Winds did not sit idle all these days. He also had to do a huge amount of work, which could not help but affect his behavior. So Melvin asked Felix not to take this manner of communication seriously. It was not intended to offend, but simply to relieve tension. Fel, as before, did not answer, but his appearance had changed a little. Now the black-haired youth did not seem distant and cold, and he looked at his friend with sincere understanding. After that, he still returned the cup to the blonde for the ceremony, and admitted that his friend was not as frivolous as he might seem from the outside. Triumphantly clutching the mangled dishes, the young prince repeated that the head of the fortress should not worry. He would talk to the wizard Logan, and he would return everything to how it was. It would seem that this was the end of the conversation, and they could return to their business. But then the guy remembered something else that made him open his green eyes in shock. Unfortunately for the others, it was a continuation of the joke. The elder Nexus loudly declared that when Felix and Cheryl got married, the cold-blooded brunette would become part of their family. The girl blushed like a tomato, but the guy didn't think of calming down. He suggested out loud that in that case, the brunette would turn his friend into something like an older brother. The leader of the Blair stronghold just rolled his blue eyes and sighed quietly. He was clearly used to such eccentricities, and Melvin laughingly convinced the others to agree to this wonderful. The protagonist felt incredibly awkward again. Perhaps if she weren't a princess, she would have attacked this joker with her fists or even run away into the room. Eventually, emotions prevailed over royal upbringing, and the main character screamed, "Brother!" with such force that it could be heard far beyond the castle. After this, a small time skip occurs. Day has turned to night, the sky has turned black, and only numerous stars serve as sources of light. At such a late hour, most people would be in their 10th dream, but Cheryl was an exception. She simply lay in bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. The reason for her insomnia, of course, was the ceremony. The girl could not get out of her head that the next morning she would have to help crown her older brother. It was very difficult to realize that childhood was finally ending and adulthood was beginning, full of responsibility, stress, and a series of difficult choices. Especially considering what happened to their parents. The protagonist sadly turned her gaze to the portrait of her father and mother, sadly thinking that no tragedies had happened since their death. Of course, if you don't count one incident that happened many years ago, then Cheryl accidentally broke the frame, and Melvin, albeit ineptly, fixed it, and then hung it so that it would be easier for his sister to find the picture with her eyes. The young man had a touching love for the main character all his life, even before the siblings were orphaned. She was his best friend, his closest living soul, and simply a priceless treasure. For someone else, the death of her parents would have broken her forever, but the girl was very lucky to have a brother who continued to take care of her, no matter what. Thanks to this, Cheryl, even in the most hopeless moments, did not feel completely alone and unhappy, and grateful thoughts about Melvin helped her eventually fall asleep. She still managed to think that the young man would become a wonderful leader of their family fortress, before sleep finally overcame her tired mind. It would seem that everything would go as usual, but after some time, the protagonist was awakened by someone's strange voice, quietly but very persistently calling her name. Opening her eyes with difficulty, the main character saw a very tall man, hidden in the darkness, dressed in a white shirt, above her bed, but she was not afraid. The stranger did not waste a second. He carefully but firmly took the princess in his arms, and then, without going into an explanation, walked out of the room. Perhaps the protagonist would have screamed, raising all the guards in the castle to their feet, but she only managed to gasp, and even after that, the mysterious visitor hissed, demanding silence. This was enough to make Cheryl tense up. The voice sounded very familiar, and then a ray of light penetrated the room through the window, slightly illuminating the figure. As it turned out, it was Melvin Nexus. For some reason, the eldest prince needed to break into his sister's bedroom and carry her away in an unknown direction. The darkness of the night still hid most of the young man's body, But the main character still noticed that her relative was clearly not feeling well. He was breathing heavily, sweat was rolling down his face. Something very bad was happening. The protagonist didn't yet understand what exactly, but it was enough to make her look at Melvin's face with fear. Meanwhile, the young man reached his destination, which turned out to be a large wardrobe at the far end of the room, where the princess's many dresses were usually kept. The blonde very carefully lowered his little sister to the floor and helped her climb inside the furniture, after which he decided to warn her about something. And from the young man's tone, it was clear that he was deadly serious. Kneeling down, the young prince asked the girl to be as quiet as possible. No matter what sounds were heard outside, she was obliged to remain silent. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. She still didn't understand what kind of nightmare was happening around her, and she wanted to ask before she froze in shock and horror. Thanks to the curtains not being fully closed, even more moonlight entered the room, and Melvin, as if nothing had happened, warned that Felix would come for Cheryl later. The sudden light made it clearer that the boy was in a very bad way. He was trying his best to overcome his fatigue and demanded that Cheryl remember his words. Fel, the cool brunette from Blair Fortress, was the only person in the whole wide world who mattered right now. But the main character couldn't quite process what was being said. She was overcome with a monstrous, incredible shock. In fact, it was the only thing that prevented the unfortunate princess from screaming at the top of her lungs after she realized what she had seen. Melvin Nexus, the heir to the fortress and ruler of the Windlands, was badly wounded. His shoulder was cut by a blade strike, but he still managed to finish his speech, saying that only Felix Cheryl could trust. For a moment, the protagonist felt as if the whole world had disappeared, ceased to exist, turned into endless darkness, in which only the beating of a panicked heart. It really was like a nightmare. Just yesterday, everything was fine with the brother and sister. They were calmly preparing for the ceremony and fooling around. And now Melvin, bloody and half dead. Some people, when they find themselves in mortal danger, change completely. They become cold-blooded and collected. But the heroine was not one of them. She remained in a state of prostration. At the moment, the girl could only think about her brother, or more precisely, about his terrible wound on his shoulder, from which hot blood continued to flow. The prince had neither the time nor the opportunity to calm his younger relative, so he unceremoniously grabbed her by the shoulders and loudly called her by her first and last name in order to bring her to her senses. The princess looked at her dying brother in horror, as if the man had suddenly disappeared, giving way to someone completely unfamiliar, scary, and incomprehensible. Luckily, it helped. Overcoming the lump in her throat and the tears streaming from her eyes, Cheryl began to say Felix's name, showing that she had actually heard Melvin. The young man smiled in response, not like before, but thinly, with just his lips, because the poor guy simply didn't have the strength left to laugh and show off to the whole world. Despite this, the eldest prince still had the energy to tenderly embrace his beloved relative, pressing her to his chest. Now he could be calm about her. The blonde knew perfectly well that he was going to die soon, so he wasn't going to waste time on useless anger or hysteria. Instead, he assured his little sister that he loved her. In a way, it was even more painful than if Melvin had started insulting the protagonist. So sincere and deep were his feelings that he even tried to express them before his death. But this could not continue for long. Eventually, the prince had to break the embrace and open the closet, but at the same time, he tried to assure Cheryl that it would soon be over. Dripping in a cold sweat, looking like he was about to drop dead, the man reminded the girl to be sure to remember his words, meaning Felix in love. After this, Melvin closed the doors of the closet, and if you didn't know in advance that a royal person was hiding in the depths of this object, it was impossible to guess. The main character tried to breathe as quietly as possible. She still understood little, but was well aware that any noise she made risked being fatal. She looked with fear at the door separating her from the outside world, and tried to guess what had happened. Had some kind of war really begun? Then her thoughts turned to her older brother, or rather, to his wound, which was so deep and terrible that most people would not have been able to move. A draft caused one of the dresses to move slightly, which frightened the protagonist. She looked at the luxurious white and gold clothing as if it were a ghost. It was a recent gift from Melvin. He gave it to Cheryl as a present for the upcoming ceremony because the combination of gold and white suited the girl very well. Now she reached out to the dress with hands that were shaking as if from a chill and grabbed it with all her might, without regard for how fragile this expensive fabric might be. It wasn't a manifestation of rage or panic, as one might think. It was simply that clothes remained the only nearby object that reminded him of his older brother. Meanwhile, terrible things were happening outside. The audience was not yet shown them in full, only shadows on the floor belonging to men fighting with swords. The whole room was filled with the clanking of cold metal, the splashing of flowing blood, and then someone's voice loudly shouted the name of Melvin Nexus, causing the protagonist to shudder in horror. The main character was not a warrior, but even she, at her young age, could perfectly distinguish the eerie sounds that a cold weapon makes when used directly. The unknown thug swung his blade, preparing to cut his victim into pieces with one blow, but the eldest prince and heir to the throne, despite his fatigue and terrible wound, easily blocked the attack. Moreover, the blonde still had so much strength left that with just one sweeping blow, he was able to throw the attacker far to the side, as if he was made of paper. During this short skirmish, Melvin's wounds increased. A fresh, bleeding cut was visible on his stomach, but he did not even think about surrendering or asking for mercy. On the contrary, he angrily asked who was behind this disgrace. The attackers turned out to be a whole group, and they giggled vilely, like a group of hyenas attacking a wounded lion. But they were all wearing the same armor, with a green cloak, which was considered a distinctive feature of the Knights of the Nexus Fortress. The statement that his own servants had dared to attack him sent the prince into a terrible rage. He forgot about defense and rushed to the attack, intending to cut the scoundrels' throats with a couple of swings. The young man could not help but realize that his chances of getting out alive were slim, but he was not even going to run or beg for mercy. Something much more important than his own skin was at stake. Namely, Cheryl's safety. For the sake of saving his sister, the man was ready without hesitation not only to sacrifice his own life, but also to cut off others, which he did, cutting one of the killers into pieces. More screams echoed through the room, furious shrieks, panicked squeals, agonizing wheezes, all of them causing the poor girl to freeze in the closet, not even blinking. Since the door was closed, she, of course, could not see what exactly was happening outside, but she continued to worry not about herself, but about her dear brother. This fear for her loved one at some point became so strong that it outweighed the arguments of reason and fear for her own life. The princess timidly reached for the handle of the closet, wanting to somehow help Melvin. But a second later, she came to her senses and returned to her previous position. The young man was right when he ordered the protagonist not to show herself under any circumstances, and she herself was forced to admit, words cannot describe how hard it is to hear someone you love's life hanging in the balance, being hurt, but not being able to do anything to help. And that's exactly what Cheryl found herself in. She was no warrior, just a little teenage girl. All she could do was clutch the ill-fated gift dress in horror and pray that everything would be okay. To cope with the panic that was clouding her mind, the main character reminded herself that Melvin was the eldest and almost the ruler of the Nexus Fortress. He was protected by higher powers, and he was stronger than anyone else. Perhaps that was the case, but the killers also understood perfectly well what kind of enemy they were dealing with, so they prepared accordingly. The white-haired man was breathing heavily and slowly. Blood was flowing down his face from another fresh wound. With a hand shaking from terrible pain and weakness, the prince touched the wound on his shoulder. This was the most serious injury, and he desperately tried to somehow stop the blood loss. One of the killers lay on the floor, gutted like a fish on a market stall, and his comrades cautiously surrounded the victim, who showed his teeth until the very end. Another assassin, a middle-aged man with a large scar on his face, told Melvin to stop running around the Nexus Fortress, in the tone a parent would use to get through to a spoiled child. The guy, still trying to stop the bleeding and get his breathing back, gave the talker an irritated look, the kind usually reserved for mosquitoes buzzing around your ear. But then the prince squeezed the handle of his blade with all his might. The veins on his hand bulged, and if there had been a human hand instead of wood and metal, the blonde would have simply broken the bones in it. But this was no ordinary anger. In fact, Melvin called upon higher powers to curse his offenders to the 7th generation in the name of the divine wind. These were not empty words, as one might think. The traitor knights visibly tensed up, and the scarred killer became much more furious than after the death of several comrades. With a loud cry of, "How dare this bastard!" the men rushed to attack Melvin. Like mad dogs, now they did not even spare themselves in order to quickly finish off the blonde. The protagonist was still sitting in the depths of the closet, quiet as a mouse and below the grass. She only opened her eyes wide, desperately trying to make out what was happening through the smallest cracks. The sounds outside became even more terrible. Now it was not even the noise of a bloody battle, but rather the cacophony that accompanies the slaughter of helpless cattle. The girl still couldn't even move due to shock and horror, and only when a bloody blade broke through the cabinet door half a meter from her head, the princess shuddered. Very slowly, like a broken wind-up doll, she turned around, looked at the crimson strip of metal for a few seconds, and then pressed her palms to her mouth in horror to keep from screaming. The blood on the blade was very fresh. A few drops of it even splashed onto the protagonist's golden dress and legs, and only luck saved Cheryl from certain death. The unfortunate princess continued to press her palms tightly to her mouth, unable to force herself to make any sound. And then the terrible weapon disappeared, leaving a crooked window in the tree. Only after this did the main character very slowly remove her hands from her face. Her heart calmed down a little, her breathing evened out, and hope for a happy outcome was born in her soul. But a moment later, her eyes widened at another eerie sound. An unknown voice was rudely asking what had happened to the girl, and it was not difficult to understand who he meant. It turned out to be a team of assassins. One of them explained to the leader with a bloody blade that they had managed to find a second target, probably because Melvin had sent her away. Then the knight suggests that the prince might have been acting in concert with the wizard, because no one was able to find Logan, and the leader was not pleased with this news. Cursing under his breath, the scarred man ordered his subordinates to immediately go in search of the sorcerer, and the girls, to which they responded in unison, "Yes, sir!" Fortunately, none of them even guessed that the main character was only a few meters from the scene of the tragedy and perfectly heard every word spoken. The poor thing was too scared to think or even blink, but even such a terrible shock could not last forever. At some point, it dawned on her. She remembered the sword that had pierced the thick wooden door of the closet, and how fresh blood flowed from it, like wine spilled by some incompetent. The protagonist realized that this blood, spilled on the golden ball gown and on her legs, could only belong to Melvin, which meant that her poor older brother was dead. The girl tried to convince herself that this was just a mistake, a terrible fantasy of a mind inflamed with fear. After all, this was her beloved relative, the closest person in the world. What could have happened to him? But deep down, Cheryl herself knew perfectly well that this was a lie. The prince and failed ruler of the Nexus Fortress really did die, and the heroine stared at her trembling hands. Perhaps in another situation, the protagonist would have thrown a tantrum, rolling on the floor and tearing her blonde hair. But now she simply shook as if immersed in cold water, and then slowly raised her gaze, hearing a familiar. It belonged to a man, her uncle, and the girl, unable to think clearly from terrible grief, began to rise to her feet, causing the creaking of boards to be clearly heard. The regent of the fortress walked slowly towards the closet, and in an emphatically calm voice urged his niece to come out, just like an ordinary kind uncle trying to calm a frightened child. And the protagonist really did reach out with her hands to the handle of the closet to open it, and slowly walk out to meet the last relative. But then she was stopped by her uncle's strange words about Melvin protecting his. This in itself sounded strange. The man would hardly have said something like that if he was simply worried about the girl's health. But then she also remembered her brother's warning to trust only Felix Blair. The young man said nothing about his uncle, who had ruled the stronghold for many years and raised the siblings in place of their parents, and Cheryl finally understood why. The older man seemed to hear her every thought, and so he grinned. In another situation, this grin might have looked harmless, but in this, it was a symbol of a death sentence. At that moment, the elder Nexus looked not like a cold-blooded conspirator and schemer, but like a psychopath. Such was the creepy face and tone he had when he asked the girl to come outside, right into the hands of weapon-wielding. It was the last straw that broke the back of an already crippled camel. Not only was Melvin killed by his own servants, but it was also organized by their close relative. Without realizing it, the protagonist nevertheless remembered an ancient legend. They said that the children of the Nexus family were under the eternal protection of the god of the winds, protecting them from any threats even after. Now, Cheryl was desperately trying to understand. If this was really true, and not just a beautiful fairy tale to calm the kids, then why didn't God save her brother from death? Meanwhile, the leader of the rebels slowly and calmly approached the cabinet. He still had that psychopathic grin on his face, showing how he reveled in his power over the situation. The man took hold of the handles and began to open the door very slowly. He probably wanted to scare his hated niece one last time, to make her beg for mercy. However, in this regard, the scoundrel was only in for disappointment. Cheryl had already endured enough pain and horror during this short night, so she absolutely didn't care what fate awaited. The only thing she wanted was for her offenders to suffer the worst fate possible, and like Melvin, she prayed to the heavens to bring down curses on their heads. Perhaps the story would have ended there, but the main character was very lucky at the last second. Another voice ordered the Elder Nexus to stop, and then one of the thugs wheezed terribly and spat out blood. The instigator of the rebellion turned around in bewilderment, not understanding who dared to interfere with his triumph. But when the traitor saw the owner of the voice, he was dumbfounded with horror, as if a man-eating tiger appeared before him. The audience was shown a part of the man's body, a very familiar blue military uniform, a chiseled pale face, and very long black hair fluttering in the draft. The mysterious man asked Nexus not to move for his own good, and the best evidence of the consequences of disobedience was the dead body of the killer and the blood-stained blade. It turned out to be Felix, the leader of the Blair Fortress, and the best friend of the late Melvin. It is unknown where he disappeared to all this time, and how he learned about the tragedy. But only now, even in such a situation, the warrior's legendary composure did not fail him. He did not scream, did not cry for his dead friend, but only looked sternly at the enemy and called him the deputy leader of the fortress, emphasizing the older man could only repeat the warrior's name and surname in disbelief. After all, he could not have expected that the brunette would decide to interfere in the conspiracy, like a thunderstorm striking out of the blue. Perhaps he would have then demanded answers from the swordsman about what the hell he was doing here and why he killed other people's warriors. But Fell only gave the traitor his signature icy gaze. And that was his only sign of attention to the former regent. After that, Blair walked past the rebel as if the latter were an insignificant problem. It was clear from the elder Nexus's face that he was close to a nervous breakdown, and it would be difficult to say exactly why. That an unaccounted factor had intervened in his perfectly The action slowed down, like a film put on slow motion by a bored viewer. While the schemer turned around, looking in shock at the uninvited guest, Felix himself managed to approach Melvin's corpse. The long-haired youth still did not say a word, but his mournful gaze, directed at the pale face of his dead friend, was more eloquent than any speech. In a different situation, Blair would most likely have paid his last respects to the fallen prince, but, unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to do so. He had to return. Meanwhile, behind his back, Uncle Nexusov exploded with an indignant cry. He was sincerely interested in what the hell the commandant of a foreign stronghold was doing here. To ignore such a call would have been simply impolite, so Fell deigned to turn around, bow politely, and explain that he had come to fulfill his duty to protect a member of his clan. The cold-blooded brunette intended to complete this task at any cost, so he politely but coldly demanded that the rebels not try to interfere with him. It was clear from Uncle Nexus's face that he understood this opaque hint perfectly, but fortunately for him, Felix quickly lost interest in men with weapons. Felix slowly, even tenderly, opened the doors of the closet behind which sat Cheryl, neither alive nor dead, and then quietly but clearly warned that he had come for his bride. The protagonist couldn't help but hear this, but she didn't care even if the man admitted that he was born from a stone egg. After Melvin's death, nothing in the world mattered to her anymore. The main character specifically clarified that he was going to take the girl from her father's house, so that those present would definitely not have any questions. But the poor princess only cast a languid glance at him. However, her uncle still had questions. Not understanding whether he or the whole world had gone crazy, the man reminded her that the girl was only 14. What kind of marriage could they talk about? Looking down at Cheryl, the head of the Blair Fortress answered without turning around that yes. For now, the protagonist was 14 years old, placing special emphasis on the temporary status of this detail. The brunette didn't pick up the blonde in his arms like she was a kitten, as Melvin had done many times in the past. Instead, he politely extended his open palm to her, inviting her to take it herself. It is unknown what thoughts were raging in the head of the young princess at that moment, but she ultimately decided to accept the proposal of her new groom. And after that, A spark seemed to run between them. This didn't last long, literally a few moments, after which the blonde turned her gaze to the side, and she didn't like what she saw at all. It was her brother's dead body, bloody and beaten, and only the gods know how strong the shock was on the poor girl that she couldn't even scream. Felix, despite his reputation as a callous and ruthless commander, sincerely sympathized with her. He himself mourned the loss of his friend, but he could not imagine how much pain Melvin's sister was in. The worst thing, perhaps, was that Cheryl saw the body of her older relative not in a beautiful burial suit with wounds stitched up and blood washed away, but in such a maximally unsightly state. But then the shock of the unfortunate girl passed. She began to open and close her mouth, like a fish thrown ashore, and a devilish light seemed to light up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Uncle Nexus furiously croaked that he would not allow such a thing. He reminded Fel that outsiders had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of fortresses. Then he remembered that he was not alone in the room. There were still armed soldiers on his side, so the former regent ordered them to immediately attack Felix. The thugs had no choice. Either they would risk trying to defeat the legendary warrior, using their numerical superiority, or face the wrath of the new head of the outpost. The main characters were still unimpressed. Cheryl was too heartbroken over Melvin, and Felix had fought so many battles in his life that it had become routine for him. With a calm, practiced movement, the blue-eyed brunette pulled the blade from its sheath, and then looked very closely and even fiercely at the first opponent. It happened in a matter of moments. It seemed that now the man would cut the enemy from shoulder to groin with one sweeping movement, but a second passed and his own head separated from his neck. The other thugs froze in fear. They were going to arrest the defenseless girl and get rid of their new protector, and such a quick death was a shock to them. But Felix Blair wasn't going to stop there. He demonstrated why those around him considered him a legendary knight by jumping into battle like a dance. Uncle Nexus looked at this, feeling like the food he had recently eaten was ready to burst out of his mouth. Such martial skill was simply beyond the limits of possibility. The brunette with long hair like a woman's did not resort to magic, but he still killed several trained warriors as if they were defenseless children who had barely picked up blades. After this, the schemer could not help but admit, at least in his thoughts, that the legends about the leader of the Blair Fortress did not exaggerate his fighting skills. On the contrary, they shamefully, unfortunately for the conspirator, the protagonist had no intention of continuing the massacre. After making sure that all the attackers were dead, he calmly put the blade back into its sheath. Realizing that they would not be left alone anyway, the protagonist gave the remaining opponents a scorchingly cold look and repeated that he did not care who held the position of head of the Nexus Fort. This was their inner workings, which Felix had no intention of interfering with. But on the other hand, these gentlemen were planning to harm the matriarch of his own Blair clan. And if so, then they must be prepared for the fact that further attempts will lead to a war between the outposts. And the old schemer angrily gritted his teeth, realizing that this was true. It seemed that one conflict had been resolved, and the main characters could not fear an attack in the near future. But a second later, Cheryl helplessly dropped her head. And not just her head. The girl leaned her whole body forward, as if she was about to faint from exhaustion or nervous tension, and Fel barely managed to catch her. Very gently and carefully, the man lifted the main character into his arms. Fortunately, it was not at all difficult for him, since the blonde was very short and fragile. Like a fairy tale prince carrying his bride towards the palace, Fel walked forward. The overall impression was spoiled only by the corpses of the rebels and their living comrades, clutching their weapons in horror. The men in green cloaks did not dare look at the main characters. They understood perfectly well that the plan that had been created for so long had failed, but they could do nothing. If the brunette had been a slightly less skilled warrior, he would have been torn to pieces, as had happened to Melvin. But Blair walked calmly, without encountering even a hint of protest. And just like that, the protagonist left the room, slowly, with his shoulders straightened and his dignity royal, leaving his enemies choking on saliva from anger. To say that the former regent was furious would be an understatement. He had almost achieved victory, almost become the absolute ruler of the Nexus fortress. But at the last moment, the most coveted prize was snatched from under his nose. But from that moment on, no one even tried to prevent the main characters from leaving the ill-fated castle, so Felix managed to safely carry Cheryl out into the street. It was still night outside, so quiet and calm that it was hard to believe that such a terrible tragedy had recently occurred, but it turned out that the characters were expected. It turned out to be a young red-haired woman with pink eyes, wearing a green camouflage cloak, and as soon as she saw the brunette, she pounced on him with questions about Melvin's condition and whereabouts. Blair was usually quick to speak, but this time he didn't have the strength to answer such a question sincerely. After a short silence, he briefly ordered his companion to return to her native stronghold. The woman did not understand what he meant, and continued to question him about the eldest prince. From her words, it became clear that the guests knew about the impending rebellion and tried to prepare for it, but the enemy turned out to be faster and more ruthless. Felix still really didn't want to answer questions about his dead friend, but, unfortunately, he couldn't just keep silent from his faithful comrade. It is very difficult to say what emotions reigned in the man's soul at that moment, but his innate stoicism allowed him to at least partially save face and not burst into anger and tears. For a few seconds, the brunette gathered his courage, trying to say two short but very scary words. "Melvin is dead," and as soon as she heard this, the girl froze. She couldn't believe that the rightful heir to the throne of Nexus had died. It was simply beyond her imagination, so she, angrily accusing Fel of lying, was going to go to the castle and look for the blonde on her own. The protagonist, as befits an experienced officer, took this outburst of emotion calmly. He only turned around and quietly called the girl by name. As it turned out, this woman was also a sorceress, and the main character did not hesitate to remind her of this. After all, the penetration of a magician into someone else's everything would be fine. But Bess didn't give a damn about it 3 times over. She stated outright that she didn't care about these political squiggles, and if there was a war, so be it. Oh, she would be more than happy to commit slaughter, literally drown the damned fortress in blood. After all she would have to do to finish it would be to simply kill the greedy old snake and his bribed thugs. It was likely that the protagonist shared her feelings, since he had lost his best friend that evening. But for Felix, duty always came first, so he only quietly called out his comrade's name for the second time. He also reminded her that the land they stood on was dear to Melvin, implying that the late prince would not have been pleased if Winter had committed a massacre, even for the sake of revenge. It was impossible to dispute this statement from the red-haired witch, no matter how much she wanted to, so she simply stared at the brunette, biting her lip furiously and trying not to cry. But, unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Emotions turned out to be stronger than pride, and just a few seconds later, the girl bent in half, vainly hiding her tear-stained face in her palms. To the man's credit, he made no attempt to stop her from expressing her sincere emotions. Felix did not condemn Bess, but simply stood quietly and waited for her to come to her senses. But at some point, the man's attention was drawn to something else, and he repeated the order to return to his home castle. As it turned out, it was Cheryl, who had just woken up. It was hard to tell, though, whether the girl was aware of exactly where she was and what was happening around her. Her usually pale face had turned pink, and her eyes were clouded over. The protagonist plunged into memories. How Melvin, desperately looking straight into her eyes, tried to convince his sister that Felix Blair was the only person worthy of trust. It is unknown what agreement there was between the brunette and the blonde, but the late prince really trusted his older comrade so much that he was ready to hand over the life of his beloved relative into his hands without hesitation. Remembering these words, the princess also looked at the calm and compassionate face of her new protector. In the moonlight, Fel looked much more like an angel than a man. A few seconds passed, and the main character dived into a new memory, this time a happier one. She remembered how she played with her brother in the greenhouse. It was a huge and luxurious room, which seemed to be a piece cut out of the kingdom of the Celestials. It was so beautiful there, so it was not difficult for Melvin to get lost in it. As it turned out, the young man was not hiding on purpose. It was just that, at some point, the siblings lost sight of each other, and this pretty much scared Cheryl, who was tired of looking for her relative among the flowers. As it turned out, this also happened quite recently, on the day Melvin received the title. Then he was frivolously relaxing before the important ceremony, not paying attention to his luxurious suit. In addition, the boy did not miss the opportunity to tease his stricter sister, saying that she liked to dress like a grown lady. After all, she was wearing that same white and gold dress. The protagonist didn't understand what was being discussed, and then the prince asked her directly if she had been waiting for the momentous day primarily to appear in such a form. And judging by the blonde's flushed face, he was not far from the truth. Then they had a little quarrel, as often happens between brothers and sisters. The girl argued that this was not so at all, and that Melvin was a fool, and the young man, with a mischievous smile, continued to defend his point of view. In the end, the guy managed to trap his interlocutor, and the main character tried to get out of the argument without losing face. She simply turned away proudly, puffed out her cheeks, and said that she didn't understand. Realizing that he had gone a bit too far, the young man asked his sister not to sulk, but in response, she only gave him an eloquent look with her shimmering green eyes. She stared at Melvin for a moment, but eventually she quietly wished him a happy birthday, and something changed noticeably in the atmosphere. Cheryl also clarified that she congratulated her beloved relative with all her heart, and the prince then, for the first time in a long time, looked discouraged. He looked at the girl as if he was seeing her for the After this, the protagonist proudly turned away, hiding her face, which had turned red with embarrassment, and firmly declared that she would not say anything more, and that they would see each other at the ceremony. But the prince wanted to talk about something else. Perhaps the girl would have decided to be mischievous and would have only quickened her pace, but her body reacted faster than her mind, and then she had no time for it at all, because her older brother tenderly hugged her. The siblings were silent for a moment, as it was difficult to find words that would not ruin the tenderness of the moment. But Melvin managed to do so, and he quietly whispered that he loved his sister more than anyone else. These simple words, in essence, literally flooded the protagonist's soul with warmth. She was not even able to answer anything. She only turned tenderly pink to the tips of her ears. Then she closed her eyes. Without sight, she felt much better this warmth that her older relative generously shared with her, despite his prickly character. The princess just thought that when she heard such phrases, she really wanted to respond to them with something similar. And looking at how they hugged, it was hard to believe what a tragedy it would end in. Cheryl was acutely aware of this herself, so for the first time, she gave free rein to the emotions raging inside her. Almost without sobbing, she began to cry, lying in Felix's arms. Now that the mortal danger has disappeared, the main character truly realized that her older brother, the most precious person in the world, is no longer there, and with him, something inside her own soul has died. She had neither the strength nor the desire to talk to her saviors, but they did not insist on it. The brunette calmly carried the protagonist, pressing her to his chest, and Bess followed them, also quietly sobbing. After this, a short exposition begins, revealing to readers a little more detail about the world in which the characters live, in particular, about their religion. The country in which the protagonists lived believed in an omnipotent deity, and it was believed that he had two viceroys among mortals, the king and the high priest. And everything would be fine, but there was a certain difficulty with them. While the title of priest was passed down in a certain family with a reputation for saints from generation to generation, the royal dynasty simply did not exist, and people had to look for a new ruler. The main candidates were the lords of fortresses that protected ordinary people from monsters, and to whom the forces of nature were obedient. One of them the pontiff chose as the next king. Naturally, everything was not so simple. It was not enough for an ideal ruler to have power and influence. It was also necessary to work hard so that peace and prosperity reigned in the state. This might sound like something fantastic, but once upon a time, things really were exactly like this. Under the wise rule of skillful kings, even commoners lived in happiness and prosperity. It seemed as if God himself, looking down upon the earth from his heavenly abode, rejoiced and sent people even more blessings. That time was so happy. But as always happens, paradise could not last forever. Sooner or later, there were people who stopped appreciating what they already had and began to hunt for more, regardless of their means. The golden age is over, giving way to an unsightly present. Concepts such as duty and justice have become empty words, and even the will of God has long ceased to have meaning. People began to care about everything except themselves, so much so that the once united state split into pieces because no one wanted to choose a single king and serve him anymore. Thus, the owners of the fortresses themselves became kings of their own tiny countries. There was no longer a supreme ruler over them, and all the treasures ended up only in the coffers. After this, the audience is shown the ancestral castle of the Blair clan. Unlike the Nexuses, whose possessions were located in a beautiful valley, this stronghold rested among the snow-capped mountains, and itself resembled an impregnable. But if there was one thing that all the fortresses had in common, it was the presence of guards eager for fresh gossip. Right now, several people were discussing how their leader had gone off with a witch to an unknown destination in the middle of the night. The young guard, lowering his voice, suggested that, what if that girl was the illegitimate daughter of Felix Blair, whom he had hidden from everyone for many years? This not very coherent theory only caused ridicule and condemnation. After all, Fell, as it turned out, was only 18 years old. He himself was almost a boy. So where could he have a biological teenage daughter? The author of this theory tried to get out of it by saying that life is a complicated thing and can bring any surprises. But his older comrade only chuckled and noted that the girl could just as easily have been the bastard of the previous chapter. The remaining guardsmen, without saying a word, stared intently at their comrade, as if he had suddenly breathed fire from his mouth or sprouted wings from his back. The man felt very awkward, so he decided to turn it all into a joke, like, the Blair family is known for its iron self-discipline and devotion to the rules. The sky would sooner fall to the ground than one of them would deviate even a little from their code. However, jokes aside, the rank-and-file soldiers clearly respected their master. Unlike many families mired in debauchery, Fell and his relatives worked hard and treated their inferiors with respect. The guy who originally came up with the theory about the bastard daughter now admitted that it was complete nonsense that one of these Iron Blairs would suddenly start an affair on the side. They didn't immediately notice that a fourth guard had emerged from the gate, staggering and holding his face as if he had just been beaten. But when they asked worried questions, the man replied that he was fine. The soldier just couldn't understand one thing, but when asked to clarify what he was talking about, the fourth guardsman refused, saying that it didn't really matter. But his colleagues were not going to back down. Angry, they demanded to know what was going on, since the boy had shown up there looking like he had been beaten with boots for a long time. Stuttering desperately and chewing his lips, the young man explained that their master had recently brought an unknown girl to the fortress, and one of the soldiers admitted that this was exactly what they had been discussing. Bowing his head in horror so that those around him would not see the cold sweat running down his pale face, the fourth guard said that Felix had done something to this woman, but not killed her, as one might think. Blair had installed this stranger in a bedroom next to his own, and the news had shocked the three men far more than if Fell had actually been the killer. The shock was so strong that they couldn't even immediately respond. The soldiers just bowed their heads and looked at each other, as if trying to convince each other that these weren't auditory hallucinations. As it turned out, their surprise was quite understandable. The brunette settled Cheryl in a room that, according to tradition, should only be occupied by the mistress of the fortress. Right now, the long-haired brunette stood in front of the luxurious door leading to the royal chambers and quietly knocked on it with his knuckles, asking permission to enter. There was a short yes from inside, meaning permission to pass, but Blair did not answer and did not immediately take hold of the door handle. One might even think that he was not a sovereign landlord, but a lackey, but standing on the threshold for too long was simply impolite, so the man finally decided to enter, and was almost blinded by the unnaturally bright light that reigned in the room. Blinking and getting used to the light, the brunette saw something even more surprising. Melvin Nexus was standing relaxed in front of the window in a white tailcoat. It was something incredible. No one could survive from such terrible wounds that were inflicted on the young man by the conspirators. Blood flowed from him like water from a stream, but there was not a scratch on the prince. It may have taken all of Felix's willpower, all of the discipline he had developed over the years, not to explode in a fountain of emotions, but he still looked at his friend as if he had— As it turned out, the comparison to a ghost was very apt. Lazily rubbing his head, Melvin admitted that he really was dead, so his spirit was now in the room. However, in all other respects, the elder Nexus remained true to himself. He jokingly scolded Fell for the fact that the latter preferred to save Cheryl and leave his old comrade to die. Only after this did the brunette pull himself together. Rolling his eyes in irritation, Blair answered his late friend that he had failed to save him, not because he liked the protagonist more. Instead, Felix saved the girl, risking his own life, because she was the greatest treasure for her brother, and it was impossible to leave her to be preyed upon by villains. Hearing such an explanation, the blonde opens his eyes in surprise, staring straight into the blue eyes of the main character, but then smiles happily. This went on for some time, and then the ghostly boy, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, said a strange phrase. Supposedly, he managed to survive and get here. He demanded to know from Fel whether the latter was happy about this circumstance, and asked him to thank him for it. But Melvin's face showed that this was just another joke, and that in fact he was rather sad and thought. And after that, the brunette really smiled. For the first time in history, it was not a grin from ear to ear, but just a slight smile at the corners of his lips. For some time, Felix, a young but renowned warrior and cold-blooded commander, continued to stand with his eyes closed, as if he was afraid that the pleasant vision would disappear. When he did, Melvin was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a large bed in front of the protagonist, in which Cheryl Nexus was lying quietly, looking somewhere at the wall. Fel was not a man who lost his speech easily, and it took a rather unusual event to make him choke on his words. But today, something like that had happened. He simply looked at the girl, and she looked back at the boy, and neither of them could muster the strength to say even the most basic, meaningless greetings to each other. But it would be awkward to continue such silence for long, so the brunette eventually noted that his guest had woken up, and the princess agreed that yes, it was obvious that she was not sleeping. Not wanting to prolong this unpleasant part of the conversation, Felix said that he needed to explain a few things. He might seem abrupt, but the matter was really extremely important. First of all, he explained that the main character was now in his family castle, but Cheryl, as it turned out, understood this perfectly well herself. There weren't really any other option. The young man remained silent for a few more seconds, because the next topic was truly unsightly, but he had to touch on it, and the girl waited silently. The protagonist looked down and took a deep breath, catching his breath. If he had the opportunity, he could delegate this to someone else, but such a choice did not exist. In the end, the man made up his mind and said that the main character would live in his castle as a bride for some time, and this clarification even surprised the princess. Coming closer, Felix explained that he would try to get the mysterious overlord to issue him a special permit. It concerned a marriage with a noble lady from another clan, and the girl, hearing this, quietly repeated her name and surname Blair, as if she were tasting them. Such matters could not be decided by only one family, but Fel did not think that Uncle Nexus would be against it. It was implied that the old schemer, having got rid of all other candidates for the throne, would be indifferent to the young relative. If everything goes well and the protagonist marries Felix, she will officially become part of his family and will be completely under the protection of her husband. But there was a nuance here too. After this, the man fell silent again for a while, looking out the window. He did not know how best to continue this slippery topic, and at some point he furtively cast a curious glance at his interlocutor. But then he decided to finish, and honestly admitted that it was impossible to solve such a problem without first obtaining the consent of the bride, that is, Cheryl herself. In this aspect, the world of the main characters was noticeably different from the medieval Europe of Earth. In such things, local aristocrats did not ignore the opinions of girls, but the protagonist did not yet know what to say. This wasn't some trifle, like a change of wardrobe, but joining someone else's family, uniting destinies with another person. But Felix, to his credit, understood her anxiety perfectly well and admitted that he simply, if the girl refused, the protagonist would try to find another option to protect her from the evil relative and provide her with a life of abundance. But she would still need to think carefully. Well, if after this the protagonist had any questions that required clarification, then Fel Blair would always be happy to answer them. He can usually be found in his office. Now that the high politics had been taken care of, there were more mundane matters to consider, such as what to do with the clothes, since Cheryl had been carried out of the castle in just her nightgown. Despite her status, the main character was a very modest girl. She was not going to be capricious, demanding luxurious dresses. The things that the maids used would be enough for her. But there was an unexpected problem with this. There are no servants in Blair Castle, except for guards and knights, and this news made the protagonist's mouth drop open in surprise. The main character calmly explained to his interlocutor that in his family, everyone does their own work. No hired hands to wash their clothes, clean their rooms, or cook food. Now, however, the situation is special because they are going to shelter a young lady from another family, so Cheryl has time to think. And if help is needed, then the sorceress, Bess Winter, can provide it. In the girl's opinion, it sounded too good to be true. And having experienced such a terrible betrayal from a family member, she became more suspicious, so she directly asked where Fell. Yes, she might be Blair's nominal fiancé, but in all other respects, she remained an outsider. But the young man trusted her so much for some reason that he was willing to allow his witch to help the blonde, and this was considered a great honor. The man answered this very simply. In his place, Melvin would have done exactly the same, and such an argument made the main character choke, her eyes wide open. The young knight was not joking or trying to shock his interlocutor. He calmly explained that if some misfortune had happened to him, the late prince would have protected what was valuable to Felix in the... The girl did not respond to this confession, but she did not need words. She looked at her future groom with a shining and moist gaze from the tears that were coming. Cheryl now had visual proof of how strong the bond between the two friends was. It might not look like it from the outside, but one was willing to go through fire and water for the other. Felix was the only person, apart from the protagonist herself, whom Melvin trusted as if he were himself, and the brunette, in turn, saw the deceased as his most reliable comrade. This realization changed a lot in the girl's perception, and having made certain conclusions, she finally decided to act, getting up from the royal bed. Looking boldly straight into the eyes of the young knight, the blonde firmly said that her brother's last words were the statement that Fell Blair was the only one who could cover her back. This change even surprised the young landlord. Usually cold-blooded and unperturbed, even knee-deep in blood, he opened his eyes wide, looking. Cheryl wasn't trying to overwhelm the man with her authority or act like a grown-up queen. She simply calmly admitted that there was only one correct answer. After this, the girl looked intently at her interlocutor in response. With her bright eyes of a rich emerald hue, her gaze was especially penetrating. Felix continued to look at her in surprise. Most likely, he was preparing for long persuasions and even arguments, but not for the blonde to immediately give her consent to marriage, even if it was. However, the young people quickly came to their senses. Fell bowed his head respectfully, thanking the protagonist for her decision, and also asked the princess to take care of him. And she also bowed. This time, the main characters managed to solve some of their problems quite quickly. They did not quarrel, did not make claims against each other, but behaved like reasonable and mature people. The brunette also added that until the girl turns 18 and becomes the sole master of her own destiny, he will provide her with protection. The main character was not a little surprised by these words. The girl clearly expected that their wedding would be more traditional, but the knight began to explain that this was not the case. Blair was a noble person, and he had no intention of turning Cheryl into his walking property. If during these 4 years she met a man whom she truly loved and wanted to stay with him, Felix would break up the marriage so that the protagonist... However, it was difficult for Nexus herself to imagine such a picture. She still liked the brunette, and now the situation was not such that she could think about hypothetical princes on a white horse. They could have discussed this unusual situation among themselves for a long time, but they were interrupted in a rather unceremonious manner. Some woman entered the room without warning. The protagonists turned around abruptly, as if a hired killer was standing in front of them, but the good-natured voice only asked if the young people were already on their feet. Fortunately, it was indeed a friend and not an enemy. The young man reminded the visitor with slight irritation that they had already discussed many times about entering without knocking. The main characters are visited by Bess Winter, the resident sorceress of the Blair Fortress, who was recently ready to bring down thunder and lightning on the Nexus outpost due to Melvin's death. Now the sorceress did not resemble that furious red-haired fury in any way. She put on a flirtatious and elegant uniform, and at the sight of Cheryl, she literally blossomed with delight. The sorceress immediately rushed to ask the princess how she was doing, and the main character reflexively took a step back. She was not used to such close attention from strangers. Winter explained that she was referring to the local air, which could make things difficult for foreign visitors, and she seemed so optimistic and sweet that it was impossible to be angry with her. The princess was definitely impressed by this sweet face. She, a little embarrassed, explained that she had immediately after this, the sorceress came to her senses and began to rummage through her purse, as if to say that she had almost forgotten that she was going to give the newly minted mistress. It turned out to be clothing, but by no means a luxurious ball gown, a majestic tailcoat, or anything like that. The woman proudly showed off a nondescript, poorly tailored and darned shirt. Winter was incredibly proud of her handiwork until Felix ripped the sleeve with a flick of his fingers. Apparently sewing wasn't one of Bess's witchcraft skills. She, however, decided that Fell was to blame for everything and pounced on him with indignant accusations, and the young man pointedly, calmly said that he did not want his clothes to be mocked in such a way any longer. He hadn't even torn the clothes on purpose. He was just trying to test their strength. And now he was absolutely certain that the present would fall apart at the threads before Cheryl took even 3 steps in it. Bess did not want to accept this and was ready to defend her work to the last drop of blood. And the protagonist, feeling that a fight was about to come, shouted that she would wear a shirt. Winter asked with unhealthy excitement if the main character was really ready to do something like that for her, and the girl awkwardly lied that she was cold. Radiating with motherly love, the woman handed the ill-fated shirt to the princess and asked her to change into it, and perhaps the most callous person in the world would not have been able to refuse such a request. One change of frame, and the audience again sees Bess's violent reaction in close-up, but now the sorceress saw something that made her fall down with her jaw hanging open. Cheryl actually put on this unfortunate sweater, as well as pants, just as ridiculous and darned, and in such clothes, the heroine looked not like a princess, but like a tramp, which she herself. The witch asked Felix in a dead voice how he had ever allowed her to so cruelly abuse the poor child, and the knight dispassionately noted that it was now clear that calling it efforts was a strong exaggeration. Winter began to apologize to Melvin for having abused his sister so much, and Blair, sighing wearily, clarified that the apology should be made to the protagonist, and Bess immediately rushed to beg the blonde for forgiveness. It's all well and good, but there was no question of wearing such rags in all seriousness. It was simply ridiculous and humiliating for any person. The older woman asked the main character not to be upset about this. She would definitely find something more suitable, and the landlord reminded that after what she had been through, the little girl needed to rest. But if the former Princess Nexus needs anything at some point, she can talk about it at any time of the day or night. The knight and the sorceress will be ready to listen to her. The sorceress was especially kind. She treated the protagonist as if she were a beloved younger sister or even a daughter, and promised to get her anything she wanted. For a few seconds, the young girl looked at them with wide eyes, and then she blushed deeply with embarrassment and smiled broadly, happy with such affection. She readily agreed that this was exactly what she would do if the need arose, just as she had done with her older brother, who was ready to spoil the princess desperately. At that moment, the main character again felt the same as before, as if that terrible tragedy with Melvin had never happened, as if he was alive and having fun with everyone. The main characters could have continued to fool around for a long time, as if they had already become a friendly, mutually adoring family, but at some point, Bess decided to leave the princess. And not only she, Felix also went out into the corridor and, having moved away a short distance, asked his comrade to find out information about Logan Greer. The Wizard of the Winter repeated the name thoughtfully, as if tasting it, but quickly realized that the landlord was talking about her fellow wizard, who served the Nexus family. As it turned out, the young knight's interest in this man was not idle at all. It was Logan who called the representatives of Blair Castle to help prevent the regent's plot. This in itself would not be strange. The brunette had many more questions about the fact that the magician was not in the castle, but since the rebels were also unable to find him, there was a high probability that Greer remained alive. After a short thought, the girl agreed to do everything in her power, and then the protagonist clarified that if it were possible, she should pass on the information she had found when Cheryl was not nearby. The sorceress was surprised by this demand. She clearly could not understand why it was necessary to hide from the princess the fact that a person from her old circle was alive and did not work with the rebels, but the brunette replied that they had to wait. In his opinion, it was very important that the main character herself began asking questions without waiting for someone to bring ready-made answers. This was her first test. After this, there was a small time skip. Evening turned into night, showing the audience how a huge blue full moon gently illuminated the land and Blair Castle. At such a late hour, people usually see the 10th dream, regardless of whether they are all-powerful aristocrats or humble plowmen. But Felix did not even think about falling asleep. The man sat in his office, drilling into the void with his sapphire blue eyes, and even the most skilled investigator would not have been able to understand what the young landlord was thinking. Luckily, readers were helpfully shown the main character's thoughts, in which he relived a small discussion with Winter, who did not approve of such a plan. She reproached the owner that if the same Melvin had been in the poor girl's place, Fell would have behaved differently. And now, at least alone with himself, the guy could admit that this was true. If the white-haired prince had remained alive, he would have rushed to tell his beloved little sister everything first of all. And with these thoughts, the protagonist looked at a small photograph. It depicted two people, a thin, dark-haired man wearing a noble but simple cloak, and an equally thin, dark-haired woman sitting on a chair. These were Felix Blair's parents, and in his mind, he was transported back to the day they were buried, when he was still just a boy, small, weak, and defenseless against the world around him. In this poor boy, no one could recognize the cold-blooded and great warrior. Then he cried bitterly, desperately begging his dad and mom not to leave him alone. Unfortunately, his prayers were never heard. If there were miracles in this world that allowed the dead to return to life, they did not consider it necessary to reveal themselves that time. This memory still remained a painful scar on the soul of the young warrior. So he understood Cheryl perfectly, who had lost both her parents and her brother. Although Felix evoked associations with winter in those around him, it could be not only a calm, slowly but inexorably approaching cold, but also a furious blizzard. And it was precisely such a storm that raged in the protagonist's soul. He angrily slammed his fist on the table, bitterly admitting to himself that neither he nor Bess would be able to accompany the main character forever to protect her from any troubles. That is why the main character was going to take measures so that the girl could quickly grow fangs and defend herself, but he did not have time to finish this thought. The deathly silence of the office was suddenly broken by a very strange and unusual sound for such a castle. A stifled, desperate whine. It was not a random gust of wind that produced the sound that resembled crying, due to the unusual shape of the cracks in the walls. The whimpering was repeated and became louder. Someone very close was desperately sobbing. It didn't take a great thinker to figure out that Since Bess was far away, and the guards were on duty, the source of the eerie crying was Cheryl Nexus. The young man did not waste a second. Realizing that his ward and fiancé was suffering, Felix immediately forgot about all his affairs and thoughts and rushed to her aid. As he approached, the crying only became louder and more heartrending. If initially the princess was still trying to suppress her emotions, now she was getting closer and closer to hysteria. At some point, the protagonist stopped abruptly, knocking small clouds of dust out of the floor, and the bright moonlight indifferently illuminated what was happening below. Fel Blair ran to the protagonist's bedroom in a matter of seconds and saw her sitting on the bed, curled up in a fetal position and experiencing terrible mental pain. Being a girl of noble birth, Cheryl desperately tried to keep herself in check, to remain calm, but this mask quickly cracked, and tears flowed like two waterfalls. Felix didn't ask anything or say anything at all. He guessed without any words that the main character had finally fully understood that all her loved ones were dead. Perhaps it had happened even earlier, during the day or in the evening, but then the blonde had managed to maintain the appearance of good nature. But now that night had come, the entire universe seemed to have become one big closet, the same closet in which she hid while the conspirators killed her beloved brother, the same closet in which she huddled like a frightened child, unable to help the person she loved in any way. It was too dangerous to leave the unfortunate woman in such an unstable state. She could easily go crazy and harm herself, so it was necessary to urgently figure out how to bring her back to her senses. Then, having partially interrupted and partially scared away the rioters, Felix managed to at least partially bring the protagonist out of this shock, and he frantically tried to remember what he had done then, until he realized that he had simply extended his hand to the princesses. From the outside, it might sound ridiculous and unrealistic, but this simple, in essence, method really worked. Seeing the outstretched palm, Cheryl silently touched it with her own fingers. The girl's face was terrible to look at. It was gray with horror and grief. Cold sweat was pouring down it. But the young aristocrat, at least, was no longer crying. She felt Fel's hand for a few seconds, and then simply pressed her face against it. Tears began to flow from the blonde's eyes again, but she no longer tried to suppress them. The man looked at this with genuine fear and sympathy. Having experienced similar pain in the distant past, and knowing how hard it is, he was now at a loss, not knowing what else to do. Meanwhile, the girl began to whine again, realizing that she was safe and that no one would stop her attempts to express sadness. Cheryl gave vent to her accumulated grief. At some point, it was no longer enough for her to simply hold the man's hand. She leaned her whole body forward, pressing herself against Felix's broad chest, like a little girl. Naturally, Fel didn't try to push the protagonist away. He didn't care if she stained her expensive suit with her tears. It didn't matter at all. If anything mattered now, it was that the baby began to calm down little by little. Literally, little by little. But she was no longer shaking from terrible hysterics. The main character still didn't try to say anything, because any words, even the most sympathetic ones, in such a situation, would sound like rude and inappropriate chaff. Instead, the knight used the language of touch, carefully but tenderly hugging the younger Nexus, while wondering what she might have experienced while sitting in the closet. He understood how unpleasant and scary it was to be helpless in a small and very dark space, desperately waiting for someone who could pull her out of there to safety. A day passed, and a new day began in Blair Fortress, the same as thousands of previous ones, filled with work and struggle with the merciless mountain cold. The audience is shown Felix sitting on his bed in his chambers, like a man who has recently seen something so shocking that he still hasn't recovered from it. However, if the young man was tormented by any worries, it was very difficult to tell from his face. As before, the brunette looked very calm and collected. That is why only the most experienced telepathic sorcerer would be able to guess that in the head of the main character, like lightning, sobbing, inarticulate words were beating. They belonged to Cheryl, who had been repeating her benefactor's name frantically the night before, as if it were a magic mantra to ward off grief. The protagonist finally spoke after this. In as quiet and gentle a tone as was possible, he tried to assure the girl that everything would be okay. The princess did not pay attention to this. From the outside, she might have seemed like a broken doll, capable of pronouncing only a few phrases, not very well. Then the youngest daughter of the Nexus family fell silent, and with shaking hands, reached up to the broad and strong, like a yoke, shoulders of the main characters. She was so weak that even such a simple action required an exorbitant amount of effort from the poor girl. So the brunette ended up simply hugging her, gently pressing her to his chest. The blonde finally felt calm and safe, so much so that she closed her eyes and dozed off, and therefore did not see the mournful grimace appear on Fell's face. The protagonist mentally addressed Melvin Nexus, trying to demand an answer from his soul. Why did he die, go to the next world, and leave this unfortunate woman to suffer in the world of the living, in the care of Blair? The protagonist continued to ask himself this question even now, and it was difficult to say what he felt most strongly: irrational anger at his deceased friend or ordinary melancholy. However, one had to give Felix his due. From the outside, his mental struggle was completely unnoticeable, and having driven it deeper, the young man decided to visit someone. The owner of the chambers, naturally, did not refuse the lord of the fortress access, so a second after the quiet knock, the swordsman walked inside. The owner turned out to be the owner, Cheryl Nexus herself, who smiled happily at the sight of her new friend and thanked him for the gift. A new, very cute outfit. The man was stunned at the sight of her, and for good reason. Yesterday, the main character went to bed in terrible hysterics, and now she looked so happy, as if no deaths or tragedies had happened. But even in this case, the swordsman managed to quickly pull himself together. Pretending that nothing strange was happening, Blair handed his bride a pair of shoes he had found with difficulty, asking her to try them on. The protagonist did not refuse, so after half a minute, she was tying the gilded laces on her little feet with experienced movements. After taking a few trial steps and taking a good look at the new shoes, the princess began to dance with joy. She liked these exquisite boots so much. Seeing this, Felix couldn't help but smile slightly. He really liked the fact that this unfortunate girl, who had received such a terrible blow from fate, was quickly coming back to normal. However, everything was not as smooth as Blair would have liked. At some point, having had a good time, the protagonist decided to turn to the main character with a timid question. She turned away, unable to look directly at Fell at that moment, and quietly asked, could she walk around this castle, which would become her new home? Fortunately, the brunette didn't mind this at all. On the contrary, he himself was only interested in whether the blonde had rested enough in her chambers. The girl hastened to assure him that yes, everything was fine with her, but the young commander still measured her with an attentive look, as if trying to read a possible lie. And then the young man opened his blue eyes wide. He saw something so incredible that even his legendary composure was unable to help. It was the ghost of Melvin Nexus. For a moment, Felix could have sworn he saw his old friend alive and well, as if nothing had happened. But a second passed, and it became clear that this was not the spirit of the restless Joker Prince at all. It was just that, at that moment, Cheryl looked very much like her older brother, so it was easy to confuse them. Standing by the sunlit window and smiling over her shoulder at her interlocutor, the protagonist announced that if no one objected, she would very much like to take a walk on her own 2 feet. Some time passed, and the audience was shown how the door of someone's chambers very slowly, even timidly, opened, as if its owner was afraid to leave without permission. Naturally, it turned out to be Cheryl Nexus. Despite the fact that neither Blair nor Winter would have kept her locked up, the girl peeked out of the room furtively, as if afraid of exposure. Looking into the wide and luxurious corridor, the main character was convinced that Felix was not lying. In his fortress, there really were no ordinary servants, unlike her old house. This puzzled the girl quite a bit, because she could not understand who then kept such a huge building clean, because there was no sign of desolation or dirt anywhere. For a moment, she imagined this picture. Fell, a knight and a great warrior known throughout the country, walking along endless corridors in a blue apron, very carefully sweeping away the dust with an ordinary broom. But after a few seconds, she shook her head sharply from side to side. Some things were too strange and even dangerous to imagine. Slowly walking wherever her eyes looked, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Felix couldn't do this job after all. He had to manage his possessions and lead the troops. But even if he didn't do this, one person wouldn't have enough strength and time to clean the entire fortress. Cheryl might have continued to indulge in such thoughts for a long time, trying to solve one of the most intriguing mysteries of Blair Fortress, but her attention was quickly drawn to something else. As it turned out, the heroine had managed to reach a large corridor intersection, through which one could go in different directions of the castle, and now she was thinking about which path to choose. For a while, the princess thoughtfully looked from one side to the other, figuring something out in her mind, and then decided that it would be better to try the right passage first. No sooner said than done. The girl continued her exploration of the northern outpost, recalling along the way the words once spoken to her by her older brother. Melvin, being a wise guy beyond his years, behind the mask of a jester, said that if you don't know where to go, it's better to make a random choice than to mark time. It was good advice, despite its obviousness, but the little girl was worried. What if there was nothing at the end of the direction she chose? After a slight hesitation, because he hadn't expected such meticulousness from his little sister, the blonde finally reminded her that nothing was stopping her from simply starting over. And then, looking at his relative with special warmth and good nature, Melvin said that in any case she should not worry. All the winds in the world are watching over the descendants of Nexus. Previously, memories of her older brother caused the protagonist monstrous mental pain. But now she only smiled warmly, realizing how wise and kind he was. After some time, the girl came to another fork leading to the outer parts of the palace, and, after hesitating a bit, decided to go right again. Despite the fact that the area was unfamiliar, and she was wearing shoes she had never worn before, the main character moved very quickly and easily, as if she herself were the wind in human forms. Very quickly, without much effort, she covered a distance that would have taken a larger and heavier person much more effort and time. The passage, as it turned out, led outside to the windswept walls, but this did not bother the young girl at all. She remembered asking Melvin if the Celestials would protect her too, even though she was not an heir. Cheryl didn't have time to remember the answer. What she saw made her open her eyes wide and hold her breath. There was no more talk of any memories. However, some part of her consciousness, one of those that dormant in the very depths and usually do not show itself, responded with the voice of a deceased relative in agreement. The wind will always love the protagonist, no matter what her status is. She realized this while looking at the beautiful, snow-covered lands of the Blairs and the small town located near the castle. It was an incredibly exciting and beautiful sight. For a moment, the girl felt as if she herself was becoming the wind, as her body was carried upward. And then she realized that everything that had happened was not a whim of fate. A barely perceptible flow of air, which she had felt much earlier, had drawn her here. The main character regarded this as something like a divine sign, and therefore shouted, "Thank you," in full confidence that the invisible ally would hear and understand her. Unfortunately, the wind wasn't the only creature nearby that had ears. The girl's screams attracted the attention of an unknown man in a black uniform. It was one of the castle guards. Although he did not look like an ordinary rank-and-file guard, he was wearing a luxurious black suit and cloak, and a blade hung on his hips. In addition, the man was very young, clearly not much older than Cheryl herself, and although at first he tried to act like a meticulous and formidable sentry, he quickly realized who exactly he was talking to. Having taken a good look at the quiet blonde, the young man felt noticeably awkward. He clearly realized who she was, and that he had made a mistake in behaving so aggressively. A moment later, a hand fell on the swordsman's shoulder, and its owner, interestingly, not only wore exactly the same clothes, but also had very similar pink hair. As it turned out, these two guards were similar, like a person and his reflection in a mirror. His own mother would hardly be able to distinguish these twins, but they themselves did not care. The guys were much more interested in the protagonist, never embarrassed by the fact that the main character could hear them perfectly well. The swordsmen began discussing how such a cold-blooded beast, as their leader, could get their hands on such a cutie. And Cheryl was so dumbfounded that she couldn't even get a word in edgewise. In another situation, they might have argued and discussed it for a long time, but fortunately, the twins remembered their manners and decided to introduce themselves to the princess. Both brothers were knights, members of the order that guarded the fortress of Blair. The one with the earring in his right ear was called Ewell, and his counterpart with the earring in his left ear was called Isak. The main character was so surprised by this little performance that she didn't even know what to say to her. In the end, the girl only muttered that these two were really knights. However, Her aristocratic upbringing quickly made itself felt. The blonde bowed respectfully in response and gave her own first and last name. Then she looked straight at the brothers and with a gentle smile admitted that she was very glad to meet them, and there was so much warmth in her appearance that even the most suspicious person would not doubt her sincerity. The twins were so clearly struck by this spectacle more reliably than by a saber. One of them even couldn't resist biting his own fist to keep from melting with emotion. Having come to their senses, Yahello and Isak from the Moss family again pressed the protagonist, this time with a proposal to immediately complain to them if Felix suddenly behaved rudely with his dear guest. The princess began to noticeably get tired of such sincere but intrusive and overly ardent care. But, fortunately for her, the brothers quickly saw something else. Looking away, one of the young men wondered out loud if the rumors about the appearance of a young mistress in Blair Fortress had spread so quickly that the elders had found out about it. The youngest daughter of the Nexus clan turned her gaze in the same direction, saw what her twin had noticed, and was also surprised. It was by no means some trifle. As it turned out from her thoughts, the leaders of the fortresses were not absolute kings in their domains after all. They still had to take into account the opinion of the clan elders. Right now, several men were getting out of the luxurious carriage, who could easily be the main character's fathers or even grandfathers, and the protagonist understood that they were here because of her. The brothers, watching what was happening as if it were a tense boxing match, noted that the matter was indeed very serious, because these old men had also taken their daughters with them. As it turned out, for some reason, the daughters of the elders of the Blair clan also had enough influence and rights to talk on equal terms with the head of the fortress. And the character of these girls was even worse than that of their parents. If these young predators decide something, then even Felix is not sure that he will be able to shut their mouths. Therefore, the result could turn out in the most unpredictable way. The brothers did not say out loud that if the newcomer wanted Fel to drive the bride away, he would have to do so. But it did not take a prophet to sense the unspoken. Viewers were even shown this image for a moment. The main characters standing in the middle of a huge room that looked like a courtroom, with ominous, faceless figures towering over them. In the end, one of the young men honestly admitted that he found the daughters of elders, these gray cardinals who decide the fate of people, simply frightening. Some time passed. Felix and Cheryl were already standing in front of the podium for real, and the first elder, with cold and blue eyes like ice, said that he was not going to believe these rumors until he received proof. But now, the most solid proof stood before him. The main character herself, desperately trying to remain calm under this terrible pressure. The young man was better able to control himself. He politely but firmly admitted that he was expecting a visit from the clan leaders, since the times were not the most peaceful. One of the men was more angered than reassured by this, asking angrily if Fel had really done it despite knowing about it, and another elder asked if such actions should be considered disrespectful to them. This angered the old men even more. But the protagonist remained unmoved and did not answer the questions, clearly understanding that at this moment, even the most harmless phrase would be interpreted as mockery. Instead, the protagonist glanced furtively to the side, as if seeking support from an ally invisible to the others, or wanting to quickly check something. It was the younger Nexus, and contrary to all possible fears, she looked as calm as Felix himself, as if she truly had nerves of steel. To explain this behavior of the audience, a short flashback is shown in which the girl was talking to her alleged fiancé shortly before the trial. She tried to convince the guy that everything would be fine. As it turned out, the protagonist had already taken part in the councils of elders of her native clan several times. All these dark looks, angry claims, attempts to crush her with authority were not something unusual for her, so the girl calmly entered the hall first. Watching this, the young knight remembered Melvin. Once, during a conversation, the late prince said that he was very proud of his sister for her ability to hold her own in society. The blonde also admitted that it was precisely because of this that he felt extremely touched every time it was time to talk to his relative. Looking at the back of the underage girl, who understood perfectly well that one word from the elders was enough to literally throw her out into the cold, but still held firm, Fel remembered these words. Such courage is not seen every day. And even Felix, who had fought both people and monsters on numerous occasions, looked after Cheryl in shock. Perhaps at that moment, he was experiencing the same feelings as Melvin. affection, and respect for the girl. Or perhaps he was simply calculating the strategy of the conversation. But in any case, the brunette smiled faintly. One could say that he was anticipating the interesting events that followed, which promised to be quite a few. Apparently, the protagonist indulged in these memories for quite a long time. So much so that the enraged elders eventually loudly called out to the head of the fortress. One of them, having lost his already small patience, demanded that the young man say at least something, while his two colleagues looked at the brunette with boredom mixed with fatigue and contempt. Instead, the young knight slowly turned his head and looked straight at Cheryl Nexus, and that silent gesture was enough for her to immediately understand everything. For a moment, the protagonist was taken aback, as if her fiancé had just proposed something very indecent. But a moment later, she changed her mind and nodded decisively. After that, Felix again stared forward silently, and not a single muscle moved on his face, as if the head of the outpost Blair had managed to turn into a very realistic but lifeless mannequin. However, this silence turned out to be very deceptive and temporary. Fell announced to the entire hall that the heir to the Nexus Fortress had been killed, and although he did not try to shout, the sounds of his voice fell upon those around him like peals of thunder. The men and their daughters, having recovered from the shock, began to whisper among themselves until one of them, the oldest and with blue eyes, asked if this was really true. The brunette calmly confirmed that this was indeed the case. The candidate for the coronation had died, and what to do next was unknown. And the elder muttered that the temple had decided to postpone the ceremony, allegedly due to poor preparation. The protagonist looked away and darkly joked that yes, if there was no heir, then that was indeed a sure sign of extremely poor preparation for the ritual. The most hot-tempered of the elders, hearing this, calmed down, and now in a confused tone muttered that this was really a nightmare, and that the last direct heir was now theirs. The young man confirmed this, and then bowed his head, asking for forgiveness. It all happened so quickly that Fell simply did not have the opportunity to warn the others. The old men finally changed their anger to mercy. Now they calmly noted that they understood why the protagonists had to act the way they did. The gray-haired aristocrat wanted to add something else, but he was struck by a fit of severe coughing, so his daughter came to the forefront, asking the priest not to strain himself. It was as if this had become an unspoken signal that the women had been waiting for all this time, and now they were no longer going to judge Felix, pushing their parents into the background. There were 3 of them, like the men: a tall, powerful blonde with blue eyes, a quiet brunette in a hat, and a girl with unusual green hair and yellow eyes. But their impressive image did not impress the main character in the least. He calmly replied that any comments in this case were unnecessary, but the girls bitterly retorted that they would not leave it that easily. The most senior of the 3, the one with the light golden hair, came close to Cheryl Nexus and said contemptuously that this was simply incomprehensible. The woman called out to Fell in a rage, and the latter calmly allowed her to say whatever she thought, although he himself added a second later that the noblewoman would probably have done it anyway. The blonde was so outraged that she could hardly form sentences. She understood everything. But this nightmare was simply beyond all bounds. The girl lost her composure so much that she simply grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders, and then, turning to the young man, asked him directly, how did he even have the conscience to put such horrible things on her? To say that the main character was stunned would be a significant understatement. She expected contempt, hatred, but not anything like that. Felix experienced a similar shock. He thought that these lionesses would pounce on him for inviting an outsider into the clan without permission. But they were only worried about his unfortunate choice of clothing. The brunette lamented out loud that in such frivolous shoes, and even without socks, the poor thing probably got frostbite on her feet, and her green-haired comrade sympathized with Nexus's plight. As for the blonde, she continued to touch Cheryl, as if the latter were some kind of plush toy that made her smile just by her appearance. It got to the point that the woman seriously asked the protagonist to leave that boor and become her wife. The elder's daughter even promised fabulous riches for this. She wasn't just a golden girl sitting on her daddy's neck, but an experienced businesswoman who ran several companies and was ready to teach the heroine how to run a business, if only she wanted. A striking change also happened to the elders. Until recently cold and menacing, like icy cliffs, now they were watching their daughters with affection and gently scolding Felix for his lack of taste. Meanwhile, the trio of women continued to sternly scold the protagonist for his indecent treatment of his dear bride, as if he were some random servant, an errand boy. Fel Blair was a very cool and stoic man, and very few things could upset him. But a group of fashion demonesses certainly did. The man ingloriously surrendered his positions. All his famous military leadership talent could not help him cope with such a furious and inexorable offensive. It was a very comical spectacle. A great knight, leaving behind many chopped-up bodies, was losing an argument with ordinary girls. And the heroine, unable to contain herself, burst out laughing. She thought that if her late brother had seen something like this, he would have been rolling on the floor laughing. After all, the great and terrible Felix Blair had been put in his place for his bad taste in clothes. Several hours passed. The council was already over, and the protagonist could honestly admit that she was a little worried. But in vain, because the elders and their relatives turned out to be good people. The main character agreed with a slight chuckle. The process may not have gone as expected, but the main thing is that in the end, everything ended well. Having sorted this out, Cheryl quickly asked if there had been any news from her old home, and Blair told her that there had not been any. For now, the Nexus Castle was silent. The only thing the swordsman could add was to remind them that the new Eye of the Windlands outpost had ordered the ceremony to be postponed, whatever that actually meant. The blonde, however, had known her uncle all her life, so even this little bit was enough for her to draw certain conclusions. The cunning schemer had not yet made any decision. Felix agreed with this opinion. After all, the elder Nexus was an experienced politician. He had definitely prepared several plans in case one of them failed. The girl said nothing to this. She just silently looked into the distance, and it was difficult to say what she was thinking about at that moment, whether she was cursing her treacherous relative or thinking about her own plans. The sun, meanwhile, was slowly but inexorably sinking towards the horizon. The sky was gradually turning crimson, as if a forest fire was raging somewhere far away. Eventually, the protagonist broke the silence, and to do so, she had to touch on a topic she had previously been very reluctant to talk about: the hour of Melvin's death. Trying not to look at her prospective fiancé and companion, Cheryl quietly recalled that before his death, her older brother had asked the attackers where their true loyalties lay. But, as it turned out, Felix had been asking himself the same question for some time, and came to the conclusion that the killers were not actually traitors, but ordinary mercenaries. Otherwise, the prince would have definitely recognized his servants. The heroine agreed that her uncle should have brought in outsiders for such a task, because the prize was worth it. With the death of the children, the divine power of the wind would go to him. The young man remembered that in the Nexus family, magic is passed down exclusively in a direct line, and always chooses only one carrier. Usually, it is the head of the family. It was logical. A person with semi-divine power became the most important, but at the same time received a whole bunch of responsibilities in addition to privileges. Since Cheryl had left her ancestral lands and was planning to join a foreign clan, the most likely candidate for the title of new head was her uncle, Carl Nexus. The protagonist was not a naive child who saw the world in black and white, but it was still very difficult for her to understand that the killer of her beloved brother could get everything. It was simply beyond the framework of any system of justice. But Cheryl didn't say this out loud, realizing that even Felix wouldn't be able to console her. She simply asked dryly if anyone else from the castle's inhabitants had died, and the brunette hastened to answer that no. Apart from the mercenaries and Melvin, no other corpses had been found. However, the protagonist did not consider this a reason to relax. No matter what diplomatic protection he provided, the conspirators would not leave alone those who knew everything for certain. It was as if it had hit the girl in the gut. She imagined how endless assassins were hunting for her and fell, and emotionally she complained, like, if only she could somehow help. But at the same time, she understood perfectly well that she would not be able to do anything. Carl Nex had enormous resources, armies, and power on his side, and she only had information and a precarious status. In the end, the protagonist sighed sadly and admitted that she shouldn't get involved in anything in principle. By doing so, she could easily only make the situation worse and even endanger those around her. The situation was one of those that people call being between a rock and a hard place, and even Cheryl herself could not help but notice the bitter irony of what was happening. So it turned out that the only way for the girl to finally get the opportunity to actively influence politics was to achieve the status of Blair's wife. It might seem funny, but high society was very sensitive about status and surnames. This would certainly have made Carl perceive his inconvenient niece differently. Felix, who had been silent and listening attentively throughout this monologue, decided to ask the prospective bride directly if she had just come up with some kind of plan. What is characteristic is that the cunning but smart girl did not even deny it. On the contrary, letting her hair fall to the wind, she admitted that this was the case. After that, she easily turned to the young man and measured him with a very strange look, like a sly fox thinking about how best to joke with the victim. Cheryl Nexus smiled brightly and admitted that if the situation had turned out differently, she simply would not have had a reason to be in this place now. Some time has passed, and the audience is shown how the protagonist walks along the corridor of Blair's fortress, thinking that she is already starting to get used to these deserted places. She herself did not have time to notice and understand when the feeling of discomfort due to an unfamiliar environment with different living conditions disappeared. But the girl was sincerely glad that she was gradually becoming one of them. Unfortunately, the calm and positive atmosphere was immediately destroyed by an angry cry. An unknown person, addressing no one knows who, demanded to stop this immediately. The princess became alert, like a sensitive hunting dog that sensed the approach of a dangerous predator. This cry, whoever it belonged to, certainly did not bode well. The main character followed the sound and stopped in shock in front of the large, luxurious doors, behind which Felix Blair's office began. And from there, the screams were coming. This in itself was bad, because the brunette usually did not allow others to shout at him so easily. And it also turned out that Bess Winter was the one giving the angry speeches, threatening to leave the position of court magician if the young man did not do what she wanted. As it turned out, the reason for the feud was again the schemers from the old castle nexus. The hot-tempered sorceress just wanted to go and burn these scum to the ground, not caring about politics, and the protagonist tried in vain to reason with the girl. Cheryl reached for the handle to go in and try to reconcile her two new friends, but then froze when Winter furiously asked Fell if he was really willing to turn a blind eye to the information the conspirators had released. It is not known what was being discussed, but it was clearly very serious. So much so that the red-haired witch considered the refusal to take revenge a betrayal of the memory of the unfortunate Melvin. This accusation really hurt the man, so much so that for the first time in history, he raised his voice, asking Bess if she really thought that the King of Wisdom and the Temple would turn a blind eye to a lynching. In another situation, and with another person, mentioning the country's supreme power and their punishment would be enough to end the argument. But not now, and not with Winter. She didn't give a damn what the fat cats at the top did. The protagonist raised his voice again, desperately trying to call the woman to reason, but she only asked contemptuously if Felix thought that shouting alone could change everything. Cheryl Nexus listened to all this from behind the door, feeling her heart, frozen in fear, skip beats, and then did not see how desperately the lips of the unfortunate sorceress trembled. Bess finally asks, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs, how they could even dare to claim that Melvin had committed suicide. And the protagonist, hearing this, feels like the world is turning upside down. And both girls could be understood. As it turns out, the locals considered suicide an even more shameful thing than most Earthlings, and those who killed themselves were crossed out of all documents, as if such people never existed. If this is done to the late prince, his friends will not even be able to hold a funeral, because there will formally be no one to bury. And all this because of the unprincipled bastard Carl. Understanding all this, Winter could not get one thing into her head: how Felix Blair, who understood the consequences no less, could remain calm and silent, as if nothing was happening. The main character looked down sadly, showing that this whole situation really did cause him the most unpleasant feelings. But he didn't answer, and then the woman just waved her hand in irritation, as if talking to a swordsman was like talking to a wall. On this ugly note, the witch was about to leave, in order to go and take revenge, contrary to all advice and orders. But at the last moment, she was stopped by Blair's voice. The protagonist noted that if the red-haired sorceress went to carry out her plan, then of the three of them, only he would remain alive, implying that Bess would simply die in vain in an attempt to avenge Melvin. Now the witch lowered her gaze to the floor, saying nothing to this merciless but true remark. Perhaps she understood that the guy was right, but her rage demanded some kind of outlet. Without answering, the sorceress turned the handle and opened the door, getting ready to go about her business, and was shocked to come across a very familiar white-haired head. Now it was Cheryl's turn to look at the floor under the weight of unpleasant emotions, not responding to those around her, as if she had turned from a living person into a soulless mannequin. The red-haired witch awkwardly tried to ask the protagonist something, but she didn't even bat an eye, as if the rest of the world had turned into a continuous gray mess for her. Winter, to her credit, was not an idiot after all. She instantly realized that the poor girl had heard what fate was being prepared for her dead brother, and she burst into tears. Without asking permission or saying anything at all, Bess threw herself at the main character with hugs in a desperate attempt to somehow calm the melancholy that was eating away at her very soul. The blonde held back for the first few seconds, not wanting to show her emotions so openly in front of those around her. But quickly she began to whine herself. A few more seconds passed, and both girls began to cry out loud, not at all embarrassed by the fact that Felix Blair was watching them. Fortunately, the latter did not interfere with his friends letting off steam. After some time, the man quietly noted that his court sorceress had probably only just now truly realized the unpleasant truth. The sorceress was no longer in the room. Apparently, she went to her room, leaving the main characters alone, so Cheryl timidly clarified whether Fell meant Melvin's death, and the swordsman honestly admitted that he did. The young knight calmly replied that Bess Winter was not the type of person to hide her true emotions from others, which led to the scene shown earlier. The man felt embarrassed that his bride had inadvertently become a participant in such an act, so he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for the witch's shameless behavior. The princess waved her hands and assured that everything was fine. She was even glad to help her new friend release her sadness, so there was no reason to sprinkle ashes on her head. And then she said something that made even the usually cold-blooded head of the fortress freeze for a few seconds. Cheryl considered such open people as Winter to be cute. For a few seconds, Felix simply looked at her, saying nothing, but then he nodded, closed his eyes, and smiled with the corner of his lips, like a teacher satisfied with a student's correct answer. As it turned out, the knight remembered that the late Melvin also said something similar about the red-haired sorceress, and this made the protagonist jump with curiosity. Sitting down next to her, the young man admitted that although the essence was the same, the late eldest prince expressed it in completely different words. More crudely, the action is briefly interrupted, showing the audience another memory of the main character about a conversation with a deceased friend. Then, Melvin very condescendingly and shamelessly noted that it was very nice when you could understand at first glance what was going on in the little head of a witch. Winter was there. Nexus told her all this straight to her face, so she almost choked with indignation. But the prince was not embarrassed, because he understood that the girl was feigning anger to hide her awkwardness. The young fencer was there too, saw and heard everything. Therefore, only the higher powers know what a severe test his famous endurance endured that time. Naturally, this was not an ordinary insult. Everyone understood that such a thing was simply not in Melvin's spirit, and that there was something else hidden behind these phrases. Bess may have looked like a furious fury from the outside, but the young man could clearly see that her face had turned as red as her hair, not at all from anger, and her eyes were shining as if an unknown surgeon had replaced them with translucent glass. Cheryl and Fell decided that Winter had truly loved the late prince deeply, and the swordsman would have bet a lot that the feeling was truly mutual. After a short silence, the protagonist asked if the guy was really going to let the sorceress go take revenge, and almost choked with indignation when Blair asked if she would be against it. Of course, the main character was against it with all her being. If one of her new friends went to fight with Carl Nexus, they would be in serious danger. The head of the northern fortress also understood this very well, so he added that if this happened, the supreme king or the leader of the priests could intervene in the matter. The wrath of the government and the church was already a serious threat. But the blonde, looking down gloomily, replied that things were different with her, arousing Felix's interest. The blonde stood up and began to pace the room, while arguing that she was a legitimate descendant of the Nexus clan, this could not be refuted, so her feud with her uncle would not turn into a war between different clans. Therefore, the young princess believed that if anyone should start the fight for justice, it should be her, without putting strangers in the crossfire. There was a certain logic in her words, because the protagonist visibly tensed up. A drop of sweat rolled down the brunette's temple, and he quickly declared that Melvin would not want this. Cold and unfeeling as the young aristocrat seemed, he was ready to endanger himself by taking on this unpleasant job, but Cheryl interrupted him, declaring that this was her lot. The man she trusted from her earliest childhood, who she saw as a loving uncle and guardian, betrayed her and killed her beloved brother for the sake of power. So it had to be a family revenge. Deep down, the main character didn't want to say such a thing, but she felt cornered, so she had to avenge Melvin. The girl admitted that she could give up everything, try to forget about that terrible night, about her bleeding brother, live as a parasite, and smile sweetly at everyone. But she would feel discord in her soul for the rest of her life. That was why Cheryl was desperate not to bury her head in the sand, no matter how tempting it sounded. If she had to suffer, then it would be better from the bitter truth than from sweet falsehood. Felix Blair looked at the girl with genuine sympathy. Perhaps at that moment he saw himself in her, forced to become strong and ruthless for the sake of survival. Looking firmly at the young man, the protagonist practically ordered him to take her as his wife. Then she would finally have a free hand to carry out the proper retribution. Looking at Blair with eyes that sparkled like polished emeralds, the blonde extended her hand to him and repeated her words, now as a request, to take her as his wife. For a few seconds, the young nobleman stared intently at Cheryl's face, trying to read her true intentions, before he finally covered them and quietly responded with his consent. It would seem that the conversation would end there, but it didn't. Instead, the young man stood up with a mysterious look and began to read a strange speech regarding his future marriage. He gently took the protagonist's hand. Despite the fact that they had only a 4-year age difference, the youngest daughter of the Nexus clan was much smaller than the swordsman. After this, Felix tenderly kissed the limb of his prospective bride, thereby symbolically demonstrating his respect and the sincerity of the words of the oath. This lasted for a few seconds, after which the chivalrous aristocrat slowly pulled away from Cheryl's palm, as if he subconsciously did not want to interrupt the moment of intimacy. After this, the main character looked very seriously into the eyes of the main character and finished his unusual promise. Since she wants the truth, even at the cost of suffering, then so it will be. After this, there was another small flashback. This time the action was transferred to the meeting hall of the elders, which shook from an incredibly powerful cry of, "What?" Its source turned out to be one of the leaders of the Blair clan. The man could not believe that the protagonists were really going to leave for the lands of wisdom, and tomorrow at that. Felix confirmed that this was true, not fully understanding the drama. He and Cheryl were simply planning to go to the temple to get permission for their future union. After this, a real mess began. 3 elders, the most respected and influential people on this land, began shouting at the young knight that he was obliged to beg the bride and the higher powers for mercy for not giving Cheryl a gift, and to warmly thank her for agreeing to walk down the aisle. Fortunately, the excellent self-control did not fail the main character this time either. Watching this madness, he remained impenetrable and only chuckled indifferently. Is that so? The old men were taken aback by such disdain. From their point of view, the protagonist was something like an earthly goddess, the embodiment of light and beauty, so they could hardly imagine how one could be so cold towards the wedding. Completely enraged, the men threatened that if anything happened to the ceremony, they would resign, giving way to their daughters. And when they calmly explained that, then it would no longer be a council of elders, they waved it off. Having caught his breath after this outburst of emotion, one of the nobles calmly admitted that he very much hoped that Felix would treat his future wife well, and so that the young man would not ever think of himself as God knows what. They would all watch him very carefully. And the brunette, without saying anything, simply looked at his interlocutors with the gaze of a dead fish. After this, there is another small time skip. The sun has already set, but Cheryl is not yet going to bed, but is simply walking around the castle. The protagonist quickly found her, and judging by how serious their faces became, the main characters had a lot of important things to discuss. The protagonist timidly asked if her fiancé had suffered much from the capricious elders, But the young knight lied, as if nothing serious had happened. Only after that did he notice that it was already very late. Looking out the large window through which the snow-white moonlight penetrated the room, the main character advised him to go to bed. They all had a tough day ahead of them tomorrow, so they needed to be ready for it with fresh energy and a clear head. And Cheryl, although she agreed, wanted to discuss one more thing. The blonde, although from the outside she might seem like a quiet and shy mouse, was usually quick to speak her mind. But right now, she looked unusually embarrassed. She had to ask her fiancé for something that was very important to her, but at the same time awkward, so the girl couldn't just immediately tell him what she needed from him. The action is interrupted again by a short time skip. This time, the audience is shown a man with skinny legs awkwardly walking in large shoes. Then they show how this stranger with silvery white hair adjusts a luxurious decoration containing a well-cut and sparkling gem. It turns out that it was actually Cheryl, but she had changed dramatically. She cut her hair so that it reached her shoulders, put on a beautiful blue suit and jewelry. Then the girl suddenly froze, staring into space with wide eyes, as if she had just now remembered something extremely important. She turned her worried gaze to the door, standing in the distance. Felix Blair was there, who, like his bride, was busy changing before the trip. It seemed to the girl that the young man, with his dispassionate attitude towards almost everything, should have finished long ago. But no, the brunette still showed no signs of life. The main character thought for a while about what to do, because waiting could drive one crazy no worse than torture devices. And in the end, unable to bear it, she knocked. The protagonist seemed to be waiting for this moment, because before Cheryl could take her hand away from the door, he himself opened it wide. And at first glance, it became clear how much the aristocrat had transformed. Felix had worn expensive noble suits before, but they were comparatively simple and modest clothes. Now the swordsman dressed in a luxurious tailcoat with gems and tied his long hair in a ponytail. The man greeted his future wife, but the blonde herself did not respond. She was too captivated by his incredible beauty to pay attention to his words. Only after the brunette, without waiting for any reaction, called out her name, Nexus came to her senses and awkwardly mumbled something inarticulate. Oddly enough, the first thing the protagonist noticed was her betrothed's hair. She asked if he had gathered it, and the young man calmly confirmed that he had, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The swordsman suggested letting them down again if the main character didn't like it, and the girl waved her hands in horror, assuring him that Fell looked very beautiful this way. It was then that the princess blushed and pressed her palms to her mouth with slight fear. She was so worried that she herself did not understand at what moment she said what she thought about the guy's appearance. The man did not pay any attention to this storm of emotions, but only gave way, allowing the main character to go inside, after which she asked where Winter was. The young knight calmly replied that the sorceress had overslept, but that was nothing out of the ordinary. Over the years, Felix had become so accustomed to this that if Bess had appeared on time, it would have been time to suspect that her body had been taken under control by another sorcerer. The protagonist, barely holding back her laughter, admitted that this was indeed a reliable way to distinguish a friend from a disguised enemy, but then she turned all ears. Blair was about to say something. The young man unexpectedly, and without any explanation, asked the main character to stand in a different place. And the girl, taken aback, asked why this was necessary. Several minutes passed. The readers were not shown how the main characters talked. The focus immediately shifted to the action, or more precisely, to how Fell carefully combed his companion's hair. It was a strangely touching and embarrassing scene for Cheryl. She sat motionless and straight, as if she had swallowed a stick, and thought that she must have come out with a crow's nest on her head. Finally, the girl couldn't take it anymore, and nervously admitted that she never thought that short hair was so hard to take care of, unlike long hair. The brunette just closed his eyes and answered with a wise look that there was nothing wrong with it. The protagonist would quickly get used to it, and this showed well that Blair really knew how to take care of himself. In such a calm, homely conversation, the preparation for the visit to the temple took place. But at some point, the main character thought and remembered how not long ago he asked the bride if she really wanted to shorten her hair. Another woman might have given her right arm to have such long, soft silver hair, but Cheryl had no qualms about cutting it off. She explained that it was hard to style such a shock of hair every day, so as not to turn from a beautiful little princess into a hairy monster. Smiling sheepishly, the blonde even admitted that she tried to cut off the excess hair herself, but it turned out to be too difficult without outside help. That is why she turned to the young knight for help before going to bed. But he did not answer right away. Perhaps he felt sorry to spoil such a beautiful hairstyle, especially since his own hair was much longer. Felix looked at his future wife for a few seconds, deciding whether to agree or refuse this request, but eventually resigned himself and answered with a short, "Okay." Then the action returned to the present moment. The swordsman finished tidying up the protagonist's head, who even seemed to be sleeping due to her closed eyes. As it turned out, the girl had not slept at all. She was simply enjoying the fact that someone else was taking care of her hair, as if she were back in her native castle. Initially, the girl's parents helped with this, but then they became too busy and eventually died. So this burden was taken on by numerous servants. And of course, Melvin was involved in this too. He didn't miss even the smallest opportunity to spend time with his sister again, and was happy to help her with her hair. It was a pleasant and warm time. But it was even more painful for the protagonist to realize that it was gone forever, and no one was going to take care of her anymore. Absolutely no one. Her father and mother died many years ago. Her older brother was stabbed to death like a boar by conspirators, and now she is surrounded by strangers. Perhaps the main character would have felt sorry for herself for a long time, until she burst into tears like a child. But Felix, as if he felt the rising wave of melancholy, began to gently comb her hair again. The young man once again demonstrated that he was not some empty-headed handsome man who only knew how to swing a sword. He really sensed the change in the bride's mood and asked if everything was okay. The main character didn't answer, but her pink face and shining glass-like eyes spoke better than any, even the loudest words. Ultimately, the protagonist realized that remaining silent in such a situation would simply be rude, so she decided to explain to Felix what was going on. She quietly admitted that for a moment she had felt as if she had returned home, meaning that stage of her life that was devoid of serious concerns and in which relatives were still alive. The young man understood everything perfectly well without detailed explanations, but in response, he only smiled subtly and admitted that he had just felt like Melvin. In response, Cheryl chuckled and admitted that her late brother had never combed her hair so thoroughly, in an attempt to compliment her fiancé. The brunette calmly noted that if the eldest prince found out that Fellblair had personally cut off his sister's hair, he would have fallen into a murderous rage, but the girl objected that this was nonsense. Her brother loved his best friend. The head of the northern fortress grumbled good-naturedly that this was unlikely. Rather, Melvin simply enjoyed the fact that he could brag about his sister to him at every opportunity. Despite the well-known proverb, "Speak well of the dead, or nothing at all," the protagonist admitted that it was true. Her relative had committed a similar sin, and at such moments, she felt terribly awkward. The young knight replies that Cheryl, whom he saw at such moments, was in fact always happy, and the girl freezes in amazement, as if she had been stunned. Having come to her senses, the main character asks if she smiled at such moments, and the young man confirms this, and also prepares to quote one of Melvin's characteristic statements. For a moment, readers are shown a fragment of their shared past again. Then the men were discussing something among themselves, before bumping into a blonde woman picking flowers. Then he said that one look at his younger sister's smile is enough to make your soul feel warm and pleasant. She has the ability to make viewers happy. At the time, Felix might not have attached much significance to this phrase, but now that he had become closer to Cheryl, he fully felt its truth, and even smiled affectionately himself. Hearing this, and perhaps seeing the smile of the usually calm brunette, the princess blushed terribly, just like when Melvin praised her in every possible way. This was a particularly awkward moment for Cheryl, because her brother did say that a lot, and she felt so awkward again that she wanted to hide somewhere. The swordsman hastened to assure her that everything was fine, and no one had meant anything bad. And besides, according to him, it turned out that the deceased had not only been saying compliments. Just in case, the young man asked if she wanted to listen to this now, but the protagonist shook her head wildly in different directions, as if she was trying to fly in this way. Having calmed down after this short breakdown, she explained that she would be ready to listen to everything a little later. Now, unfortunately, the girl was too excited to act adequately. Upon hearing this, Felix Blair asked again to avoid any awkwardness. Did Cheryl want to know in the future what her older brother, Melvin Nexus, said about her behind her back? This cold and calm tone, oddly enough, helped. Now the protagonist nodded calmly and with a warm smile, as if she had not tried to roll on the floor in hysterics. Once all misunderstandings were resolved, the young man calmly promised that he would tell her everything as soon as his dear bride asked him for such a favor. Some more time passed, but eventually the aristocrat finished doing the main character's hair, and she politely thanked him for his help. Looking at herself in the mirror, the protagonist thought with embarrassment that she was afraid that because of her short hair, no one would want to comb it anymore. But now that she realized that it was nothing more than another attack of suspiciousness, she smiled calmly and enjoyed the attention of others. Realizing that this was not the last manifestation of it, she giggled like a little girl in love, literally reveling in the warmth and good-natured attention that the main character was showing her. She might have enjoyed it for a long time, like a cat constantly demanding human petting, but at some point, Fell put the brush away and announced that everything was ready. The girl's appearance had hardly changed. Her hair just lay a little differently, but she stared at her reflection as if she had suddenly grown wings. Her eyes sparkled again. A small change in her hairstyle brought the protagonist into such sincere, genuine delight that she almost burst into tears. In her emotions, she whispered, "How beautiful!" and then came to her senses and hastened to clarify that she meant the work the young man had done, and not that she considered herself magnificent. She is not one of those narcissists who are ready to spend a long time looking at themselves in the mirror and reveling in their appearance. You shouldn't think of her like that. But the main character only chuckled. It is unknown how long they would have continued talking to each other until it was time to hit the road. But at that moment, the door almost flew off its hinges because of Bess. The witch had obviously been running here as fast as she could. She was out of breath, had somehow pulled on a discreet green cloak, and was trying to make sure she wasn't late. But Felix wasn't going to spare her feelings in this matter. The main characters, however, did not consider this to be something bad. Otherwise, Winter would have witnessed this extremely awkward and intimate scene of affection. The woman didn't understand what was meant and demanded an explanation, but Blair only turned his gaze to Cheryl, as if silently demanding that she tell everything or come up with a convincing lie. But the main character, naturally, was not going to admit what they had just talked about, and she was not a good liar, so she pretended to be an ignorant fool. Luckily for them, Winter didn't rage for long over the refusal to let her in on the secrets of what was going on. At one point, she simply hugged the protagonist, saying that she was becoming more and more like Melvin with each passing moment. The image of her dead lover so clouded Bess's eyes that it took her a long time to notice that the princess had cut her hair. But fortunately, she decided not to attach any importance to it. In order not to waste any more precious time, Felix reminded the sorceress that it was time to hit the road, and the woman, immediately getting ready, asked whether the clients wished to teleport to the entrance to the Land of Wisdom. This method was clearly much faster and more convenient than using classic horse-drawn carriages, but it also required some preparation. For example, the sorceress asked the heroes to stand in a certain place. They obediently carried out the order, but this did not satisfy the witch. Without any warning, she grabbed Cheryl by the shoulder and demanded that she press herself against the guy. One would think that the protagonist would flatly refuse due to monstrous embarrassment. But no, she happily followed the instructions, and Bess even noted how beautiful she looked next to Feli. As for the way back, there were no particular problems here either. The main characters just had to call Winter so that she would immediately find them and teleport them home. The blonde sincerely thanked the sorceress for all these services, but the red-haired woman took it lightly, with the words, "Am I a magician or not?" She raised her hands, starting the ritual of transference. Before that, she still managed to tell the brunette with a grin that the restless elders and their daughters had promised to skin him alive for God knows what, and asked what Blair had managed to do. The man really didn't want to go through this circus of overprotection again, so he laconically asked to convey to the clan leaders that he admitted he was wrong. The red-haired witch promised with a sarcastic laugh that she would do so, but after that she concentrated on the ritual. Lightning shot from her fingers, and even her eyes seemed to flash with electricity. A few moments later, the entire room was filled with a supernatural blue light, as if a star or a giant comet had somehow fallen from the sky. It is possible that for the main characters, it took long minutes and even hours. Or, on the contrary, everything happened so quickly that no one really noticed anything. In any case, at first Cheryl Nexus squinted her eyes to avoid going blind. And then, blinking, she realized with surprise that she and Fel were in a completely different room, the reception room for visitors to the Land of Wisdom. Looking around this luxurious bright room with gilded decorations, the protagonist realized that this was indeed the right place, especially since she had already been here in the distant past. Since then, nothing has changed. The same paintings and accessories, the same furniture and wallpaper, as if the room had been frozen in time stasis by an unknown sorcerer. She was very beautiful. Such luxurious rooms were rare even in royal palaces. But for some reason, just looking at this beauty made the girl's skin crawl. Perhaps it was her instincts speaking, trying to warn her of possible dangers. But she was not allowed to properly understand her feeling. A large door slowly opened, letting in a bright light. A man wearing a simple brown robe, like a monk or a lowly priest, entered the room, and he immediately recognized the protagonists, respectfully calling them sir and madams. But even that wasn't the most interesting thing. This mysterious man, as it turned out, was waiting for the arrival of distinguished guests, and this innocent phrase sounded unexpectedly ominous. It really was a monk, although he had no connection with earthly religions. A young man with long hair and in a cassock appeared before the protagonists. The hood hid any features of the man's appearance, and he spoke quietly as he asked visitors to follow him for more information. Felix Blair looked alarmed, as if something about this novice seriously frightened him. But the swordsman did not argue with the seemingly harmless instruction. At the same time, he cast a short but very sharp glance to the side, right at the place where Cheryl Nexus should be, wanting to make sure that she was okay. Contrary to her usual habits, the girl looked very gloomy and depressed, as if the surrounding environment had fallen on her shoulders like an incredibly heavy burden. To the princess's credit, she tried to control herself, as befits a noble lady, but still, beads of cold sweat rolled down her face. After that, the action was again transferred to the past, just when Melvin and his younger sister visited this territory. Then the blonde still asked if the heroine knew why the Land of Wisdom had such a pretentious name. The girl then waved her hand mockingly, because her brother asked her about the most obvious thing in the world. This name comes from the fact that the King of Wisdom rules here, elected by the heads of the fortresses and the high priest. In response, however, the guy only let out a few short chuckles, causing the protagonist to look at him in confusion. She was trying to figure out if they were laughing at her. Melvin, if he laughed at the little girl's words, did not try to put offensive notes into this laughter. On the contrary, after that, he gently took his relative by the hand. Looking down at her, he explained that this was true, but in fact, the above was only one of the reasons. However, after these words, the flashback was interrupted. The action returned to the present moment, where Cheryl was walking along a stone road side by side with Felix Blair, both of them being led by a strange silent servant. She might have been happy to while away the time with conversation, but the atmosphere was not right. And then the brunette spoke first, and as luck would have it, he repeated Melvin's old question about the name. Most likely, the young man did not intentionally hurt his bride's feelings, but she tried not to show her true emotions, and with a sober look repeated her old explanation, that the king lives here. But Blair interrupted her and pointed to the surroundings. The luxurious white stone buildings created in absolute harmony, the magnificent gardens and other attractions created by the efforts of ordinary people. Looking at this, the main character noted that people, despite numerous natural weaknesses, are capable of creating things that are superior to them by many orders of magnitude, simply thanks to their intelligence, and this is the best proof of genius. Perhaps the swordsman would have given a whole lecture on this topic, but he quickly noticed that his companion was not listening to him at all. Cheryl seemed to be trying to spot a dangerous insect on her body. Realizing that she had unwittingly put her fiancé in an awkward position, the protagonist blushed and, hiding her eyes, hastened to apologize for it. The brunette didn't get angry, but he didn't say anything either. He looked very carefully at his future wife, trying to find out in this way what storms were currently going on in her soul. For some time, they walked in silence. New topics stubbornly refused to be born, as if they were not a bride and groom, but two strangers who had found themselves next to each other by chance. But then the fencer couldn't resist and touched Cheryl with his hand. And no, he didn't try to grab her palm forcefully. On the contrary, it was a very timid and gentle touch. But even this weightless touch was enough for the princess to suddenly slow down and turn around, as if she had just been cheekily slapped on the back by a mischievous, invisible man. If a stranger had done this, the princess would not have disdained to give him a cold rebuke or would have even hastened to run away. But she smiled warmly at Feely. The protagonist herself did not notice at what point she began to fall in love with her savior and protector, since even his most harmless actions began to be perceived in a purely positive light. Taking Blair's hand, Nexus casually stated that the wind in the Land of Wisdom seemed to have died down for a while in an attempt to comfort her mortal charge. The young man asked with lively interest whether the girl was able to feel the air currents, and the latter, no longer so confidently, admitted that she herself was unsure of what she felt, and it was possible that this was a mistake. The head of the northern fortress reassuringly noted that this was most likely not a mistake, because when you feel power flowing through your body, it cannot be confused with anything else. The protagonist asked if Felix had anything similar, and he began to explain. Just as the descendants of the Nexus family are connected to the deity of wind, the Blairs have always been lords of darkness. Fel himself first felt such a surge of power when he was still a child, only a little younger than the 14-year-old princess. It was like a nightmare. The main character woke up in the middle of the night from a very strange feeling and saw how pitch darkness, like an octopus, enveloped his entire body. To say that the poor boy was frightened would be a serious understatement. In a panic, desperately throwing away drops of darkness, Felix rushed to the window to open it and drive away the darkness. But as soon as he touched the glass, the main character stopped, because he understood what such a strange appearance of ancestral magic actually meant. Like the Nexus clan, control over the elemental was passed down through the Blair family from generation to generation, so the awakening of the gift in a young man meant that his parents had died. Cheryl listened to these revelations with a face gray with horror. If she expected an instructive and beautiful story about interaction with magic, then she was very cruelly disappointed. As the brunette explained, it happened when his parents once again went hunting for wild monsters, like thousands of times before, when they returned without the slightest scratch, and no one could even imagine that one day everything would end so tragically. The girl looked down. It was clear that she wanted to talk about a lot of things, but she had no idea what to say without seeming tactless and callous. Eventually, the princess cautiously stated that she had heard a rumor that Felix's parents were very strong, and the young man calmly confirmed this. But then the young aristocrat looked away suspiciously quickly and declared that the elders, like vultures, were very careful to ensure that his ancestors did not quarrel. The protagonist, knowing little about the previous generation of the Blair family, asked why they did this, and the knight, for the first time in a long time, did not find an answer. For a moment, the protagonist saw a memory of another quarrel before his eyes, how his father and mother, like two bloodthirsty demons, unleashed all the power of witchcraft on each other. Not wanting to involve his bride in these colorful details, Felix answered briefly. The elders stopped quarrels because the fortress walls almost collapsed from his parents' skirmishes. To say that the girl was stunned with surprise when she learned that her late father-in-law and mother-in-law had fought with swords and bows would be an incredible understatement. The brunette might as well have lied that his ancestors breathed fire like dragons and ate babies. However, after this, the protagonist added with sincere pride that rumors about his mother's shooting skills were widespread, and that his father loved to brag about it at every possible opportunity. In this regard, his parent was very reminiscent of the late Melvin. He constantly praised his beloved, forcing the poor woman to blush desperately in front of those around her. The girl, hearing this, laughed, obviously remembering the behavior of her own brother. But to the comment that his parents were very nice, Fel replied that yes, no one doubted their strength, mistakenly deciding that the boast was addressed to their military skills. Realizing that strength was very important in the eyes of her fiancé, the girl wondered out loud whether she should also learn to wield some kind of weapon, and the knight asked suspiciously why Cheryl wanted it. The younger Nexus clenched her fist in defiance and replied that she needed it to become stronger, although in reality she wanted to gain more sympathy in the boy's eyes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the man was quick to dispel these naive fantasies. Being an experienced warrior, he knew well that weapons alone would not make a person into something remarkable, and also, being wise beyond his years, Fell Blair understood perfectly well that strength is not always the ability to punch an enemy in the face. It can easily be demonstrated in a non-violent way. This is exactly what the protagonist was quick to convince the main character of. She was already much stronger than many people, and she did not need to learn to hurt or kill to prove it. The princess listened to this with her mouth open in amazement, as if she were a believer, carefully listening to the divine commandments given from heaven. In the end, she lowered her head, desperately trying to hide her incredibly red face from embarrassment, and only quietly stated that the brunette was being overly kind to her. The young fencer took this as a compliment and hastened to thank her, but the blonde shouted that these were not words, but the real truth. The monk, who had been walking ahead all this time, leading the noble guests to the right place, turned around abruptly, and the protagonist felt terrible shame, realizing that she had shouted on holy ground. To save face, she instantly became quiet and only carefully coughed into her fist, as if her throat was tight, and it was difficult to speak because of this. But the little girl wasn't going to interrupt the conversation because of such nonsense. So she, looking straight into the groom's eyes, said that he was gorgeous because he cared about her so sincerely, despite the absence of the usual jokes because of Melvin. Felix, hearing this, remained, as always, calm. He was not at all going to embrace his interlocutor or anything else. He only nodded with a grateful half-smile. But if he wanted to limit himself to that, it was in vain, because Cheryl had completely different plans on this matter. It was she who first grabbed the guy by the hand. Moreover, she brought the groom's limb to her own chest, and with a sly, fox-like smile, declared that now the young man could see for himself how warm she was. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe that Cheryl had actually done something like that. He wouldn't have been so surprised if she had suddenly grown wings and a tail. It is unknown how this situation would have ended if the main characters had been left to their own devices, but they were delicately interrupted by those around them. As it turned out, the young aristocrats had already arrived at the entrance to the temple, where two other priests were already waiting for them, who would ensure the successful completion of the preparations. As they had warned earlier, the priests turned out to be a man and a woman, and the latter, taking the floor, announced that the young people would have to prepare for a long time to pronounce solemn oaths, cleansing their souls and bodies. Then a man joined the conversation. He warned that the bride and groom would not be able to meet each other until tomorrow morning, so if they needed to exchange words, let them do it now. Felix didn't need to be told twice. Taking Cheryl's hands, as if trying to warm them in the cold winter, the man warned his interlocutor that they would soon see each other again. After that, he released the girl's hands, leaving a tiny paper bundle in them. If you didn't know in advance that it was there, it would be impossible to find it. The protagonist did not understand what it was and why it was needed, but the fencer hissed, not allowing her to continue asking questions. It was impossible for others to find out about the letter. Leaning down, the brunette whispered that this paper contained a certain message that Cheryl Nexus should read, but only when she was alone. In a different situation, the princess might have had questions and suspicions, but she had already managed to become imbued with sincere trust in her future husband. So, looking at him with great adoration, the blonde thanked the guy for the hint, a huge improvement compared to their previous relationship. After this, unfortunately, it was time to say goodbye. The priest with a short red beard gave a sign, and the main character followed him into the inner rooms without any objections. Before disappearing from view, Felix Blair managed to turn back to Cheryl Nexus for a moment, as if he was trying to convey some other message to her with his gaze. Unfortunately, this gesture of his was in vain. As it turned out, the protagonist was already following the priestess, so she did not see that the head of the northern fortress was trying to support her with his gaze. The main character, looking after the girl, felt serious tension because the temple was one of the few places where he could not use force to protect his ward, and if the blonde got into trouble, no one would help her. The young man tried to reassure himself that everything would be fine, and this was a logical move. If he was initially unable to do something, then there was no point in torturing himself in vain, especially since no tragedies had happened yet. Felix Blair hoped that everything would go well. They would perform all these tedious rituals and return home safely, after which it would turn out that all the worries were nothing more than the creations of a tired mind. The door opened softly, letting in soft sunlight. It seemed as if even a soulless piece of furniture felt reverence for the holy place and tried not to disturb its peace. Cheryl Nexus looked around with interest, since she had never been in a place like this before. And unlike her, the nun acted very detached, like a robot and not a person. In a disinterested tone, she explained that guests were given food twice a day, but since the main characters had arrived late, the first meal had already been missed, and the second would only come after the afternoon prayer. The room was furnished without the flashy luxury that was typical of some mansions, but the blonde liked it very much, although the priestess, unfortunately, did not care about the compliments. Without changing her expression at all, the woman in the cassock explained that the prayers were foreshadowed by the ringing of a church bell. When the protagonist heard it, she should leave all other affairs, go to the room for spiritual practices, drink holy water, and begin to meditate. The bell will ring 3 times in total. The first one warns people in advance that the time for prayer is near, giving them minutes to prepare. The second one signals the beginning itself, and the third one signals the end. In addition, the bell ringer takes hold of the rope 2 more times. On the night of the full moon, when the satellite appears in the sky in all its glory, and in the morning, when the sun comes into its own. It's almost time for afternoon prayers, but before that, guests need to bathe, so Cheryl had better get to the bathroom soon. The girl decided to clarify, just in case, whether she would need to wash herself in the morning when it was time for the first meditation, and the woman laconically confirmed that she would. The monastic hood did not allow one to see the priestess's face in all its details, but the words that escaped her mouth a moment later were already extremely eloquent. In a very cold and merciless voice, the woman explained that the protagonist, taken aback by such an insult, had a dirty and mortal body that needed to be thoroughly washed. Considering that her work was finished, the priestess warned that she was expecting her guest tomorrow at the place where the morning ritual was to be held, turned around and almost left the room before the main character called out to hers. The woman turned around, and this time even the hood could not hide her eyes, and there was such contempt in them that if a look could kill, not even ashes would remain of the poor princess. The girl herself was taken aback. She simply wanted to clarify whether guests were allowed to walk around the garden, but the priestess looked as if Cheryl had killed her family with her own hands. Continuing to look with the same contempt, the priestess explained that people with dirty bodies should not defile the blessed garden and other places with their presence. Not wanting to waste any more time talking, the woman left, but the protagonist didn't even try to talk to her about anything else. She just stood there as if a bucket of slop had been poured on her. Coming to her senses, Nexus immediately began sniffing herself, deciding that she hadn't washed herself well enough lately. But no, there was no stench or other sign of sloppiness. It would seem that everything was fine, but the suspicious girl felt unwell, as if something nasty and sticky was running down her back, so she decided to quickly go wash herself. Behind all these events, no one noticed at what point the day came to an end and was replaced by a crimson sunset, like magma emerging from the depths of the earth. Somewhere in the depths of the temple, Cheryl Nexus carefully turned the door handle and entered the bathing room, covering her naked body with a large towel. To be honest, it wasn't the best place to get your hygiene in order. No sign of heating or even carpets, just bare stone. Just looking at something like that sent shivers down her spine. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The water in the pool was also icy, so the princess shivered from just touching it. As it turned out, she had heard rumors that the temple priests bathed in very cold water, like penguins, and forced visitors to do the same. But these, unfortunately, were not rumors at all. In another situation, perhaps the main character would have resolutely refused to mock herself in such a way. But now, unfortunately, she had no choice but to go through the humiliating procedure to the end. Gradually getting used to the low temperature, the girl thought that water was far from the only thing here that was cold, meaning the locals. At some point, the blonde closed her eyes and stopped moving. It could have seemed that she fainted or even died due to frostbite. Of course, this was not the case. The protagonist quickly came to her senses thanks to her own deafening sneeze, hinting that it was time to get out of this Arctic lagoon. The monks, to their credit, did not try to kill the guests or each other. So a few minutes later, the poor girl, shaking like an aspen leaf, sat in front of a huge fireplace, wrapped in a towel. Feeling her teeth chattering from the monstrous cold, the unfortunate aristocrat thought for the first time that she had never understood how important a thing warmth was. The water in the bath was very cold and unpleasant, but even worse were the words spoken not long ago, as if Cheryl had a dirty body that required a thorough cleaning. Any cynical and hardened person, accustomed to letting insults go in one ear and out the other, would have long forgotten about this nonsense. But the suspicious young girl could not calm down. This was the first time in her life that someone had treated her like this, as if she were not the offspring of a noble family, but a piece of stinking dirt stuck to a clean shoe. The main character herself understood that it was all about upbringing. In her native castle, for example, for obvious reasons, no one dared to express disrespect to the young lady. On the contrary, all the locals were very friendly. After all, it depended on this whether they would be fired from their jobs or even punished more severely. However, the servants were driven not only by fear for their own skins. Many of them sincerely loved Cheryl for her incredible kindness and sweet appearance, just like the late Melvin. But even taking this into account, it would be a mistake to think that the protagonist grew up in hothouse conditions. She, like any offspring of aristocrats, was given a proper upbringing and sometimes scolded. This happened rarely. For example, when the siblings, breaking all the established rules, made their way into the kitchen and ate all the prepared desserts, or when they collected all the autumn leaves they found in the garden into one huge pile and set it on fire, causing the unfortunate gardener to go into a semi-fainting state. After this, the servants were forced to go to a mysterious old man in glasses, who, listening to the children's misdeeds with a face purple with anger, then gave the siblings a real dressing down. As a rule, Melvin got all the blame because he was the one who started all the pranks. The older one and the man. The main character simply followed the lead of her beloved brother. As it turned out, that man's name was Donovan, and he made sure that the main characters were doing well. Something he never tired of reminding everyone of every time his latest pranks added gray hair to his already white head. This was not some random old man picked up by Carl Nexus on the street, and not even a specially hired teacher, but an elder, one of the leaders of the clan. And now the girl was tormented by the question of how he was doing after everything that had happened. The protagonist stood up and walked slowly and unsteadily to the table on which lay the forgotten letter she had received from Felix Blair before parting. It was folded in a particularly clever way, almost like origami figures, so that the main character could easily carry it inside without arousing the suspicions of the priests. Very carefully, so as not to tear the fragile paper, the aristocrat unfolded the sheet and began to carefully read what her future husband had written. The young knight had foreseen exactly what the young aristocrat's reaction to what was happening would be, so he wrote that priests often treated visitors like dirt, and that this was no more to be paid attention to than the buzzing of flies. But Felix Blair considered his bride to be a wonderful person, and some hypocritical saints had no right to judge her, because they didn't know what kind of person Cheryl Nexus was. This simple support was enough to make the sun rise in the protagonist's soul, and she almost pressed the piece of paper with the message to her chest. The action is interrupted again by memories, from those times when the aristocrat was not yet going to become the bride of a cold swordsman, and the older brother had not yet died. Despite the fact that Fell and Melvin were best friends, the main character was afraid of the cold-blooded, blue-eyed brunette, and avoided him whenever possible. The reason was precisely his very cold and emotionless behavior. It seemed as if Blair was a kind of strict teacher who could scold for the slightest shortcoming, and this fear was so strong that the girl did not even try to look the fencer in the eyes, and generally avoided it as much as possible. Now the protagonist obviously felt like a fool for allowing herself to think so rudely about such a kind and caring person simply because of his appearance and demeanor. Perhaps, if she had gotten to know Felix a little earlier, everything would have been completely different, and they would have gotten married long ago while Melvin was still alive. But you can't say for sure. Meanwhile, a loud, drawn-out sound echoed throughout the temple, as if some invisible giant had slammed his fists into a giant copper plate with all his might. The princess immediately guessed what it was. A bell calling people to go to afternoon prayer, and she completely forgot herself in her dreams of Fela. The protagonist had no intention of breaking the rules established in this place, so she immediately turned to the door that led to a special prayer room. But she didn't forget about the letter. Before going to perform the necessary ritual, the girl carefully placed the message on the table, because for her it became more valuable than gold. Then she opened the door very carefully, as if she was afraid that a very loud creak or excessively abrupt movements could violate the sanctity of what was happening. Inside, however, the room did not look overly pretentious or pompous. An ordinary small room, in the center of which was a tiny table with prayer utensils. And it so happened that one look at this room was enough to scare the little girl. The realization that the architects did not even provide windows made her shiver. There was no light here either, except for what filtered in through the half-open door, as if some god had yanked the room out of existence and thrown it into primordial chaos. Most people wouldn't understand why the main character would be so afraid of anything at all. But those who suffer from PTSD and claustrophobia might sympathize with her. On the night of Melvin's murder, Cheryl hid in a dark, stuffy closet. She could see nothing and could not influence anything. She could only listen as her older brother died behind a thin wooden wall. The prayer room was somewhat similar to that damned closet, and this slight resemblance was enough to send the poor protagonist into a panic. To her credit, the aristocrat managed to pull herself together without outside help. She reminded herself that such thoughts were unacceptable in a holy place, so it was better to just drive them away. Instead, the girl ordered herself to think about her upcoming marriage. By performing a few simple rituals and waiting a couple of days, she would turn from Cheryl Nexus into Cheryl Blair. The blonde walked towards the prayer table, her steps trembling with internal tension. But at some point, something strange happened. A green light came on out of nowhere. It wasn't just light, but an external manifestation of the divine wind that patronized the protagonist's family. And now, it was blowing straight into her face, as if desperately trying to hold her back. The blonde obviously felt something similar, because at some point she paused and, looking at the streams of green air, asked him directly what he wanted. Perhaps the wind had somehow managed to give an answer without using words, or Cheryl had figured it out on her own. Either way, she closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts. After that, she briefly said, "Sorry," and then, as if nothing had happened, she knelt down in front of the place of prayer. The desire to follow the rules turned out to be stronger than the voice of the deity. The main character felt that she was obliged to go through this ceremony at any cost, as if the slightest deviation from the rule could forever close the road to marriage. Then she turned her gaze to the side, to the place where there was a bottle of holy water, which had to be drunk in order to feel one with God. With all possible respect, the protagonist took this fragile glass vessel, after which she addressed the higher powers with the first words of prayer. The girl very slowly, as if afraid of spilling the precious liquid on herself, tilted the bottle towards her face, and the first drops slowly poured into her open mouth. She sat like that for some time, slowly swallowing water. And at that moment, it might even have seemed that everything would really end well, and any worries would turn into a nightmare. But it was not so. Very quietly, without even the door creaking, a tall, thin man entered the room, more reminiscent of a demon. His whole appearance literally screamed threat. Then, just as quietly, he approached the door that led to the prayer room. The creepy stranger was a predator sneaking up on an unsuspecting victim. At some point, the scoundrel smiled, widely, sincerely enjoying what was about to happen, and the fact that the defenseless girl was completely in his power. So far, the criminal was in no hurry to attack. He only briefly uttered 2 words, Cheryl Noose, but because of them alone, the protagonist almost died on the spot from horror. Her entire body was gripped by a monstrous panic. She could not force herself to stand up, move her hand, or even turn around. All her endurance was enough only for her eyes to move. At some point, the girl's fingers became so weak that she could no longer hold the bottle of prayer water and dropped it on the floor. Perhaps this was sacrilege, but she no longer cared. Only after this did the main character realize why the divine wind itself was so desperately trying to stop her, and what an idiot she was for not listening. But it was too late. There was nowhere to run. The man was only a few wide steps away from his victim, and he certainly would not have allowed her to slip through the half-open door and call for help. The protagonist no longer tried to save face, as young aristocrats are taught from childhood. Tears ran from her wide-open eyes, and her face was flushed, as if after a bath. It was her uncle, the very man who had betrayed her and Melvin, a scoundrel who had killed his own nephew, and an unprincipled schemer with blood on his hands. At first he smiled with narrowed eyes, like an ordinary friendly uncle, happy about meeting a dear relative. But when Carl opened his eyes, there was only a bestial thirst for violence in them. His mockingly polite words, "Long time no see, my dear niece," did not help at all. It was like the hiss of a poisonous snake ready to attack. The action again moved to the past, when Melvin and Cheryl were still small children and did not even suspect how harsh the future awaited them in 10 years. They were busy playing, but froze when they heard a familiar voice. It belonged to a smiling and handsome young man in an expensive suit, holding gifts in his hands. Then, no one, except a brilliant psychologist or a telepathic sorcerer, would have been able to suspect that this beautiful man, whose appearance literally oozes friendliness, was Carl Nexus, a ruthless killer and sadist. The main characters did not have such talents. They only saw their beloved uncle, who, in addition, came to visit with their favorite sweets. As it turned out, this memory was very early. Their parents were still alive then, because the uncle, while treating his nephews, playfully asked them not to tell their dad about it. Little Melvin, having received a bar of his favorite chocolate, declared that Carl was the best uncle, and Cheryl literally begged him to pick her up and throw her as high as possible. Hearing this, her brother immediately demanded that they play with him too, so the elder Nexus even became embarrassed. He clearly couldn't keep up with 2 children at once, but the man was in no hurry to refuse such a request. He gently and carefully, but firmly grabbed the girl by the sides, preparing to send her on a small flight. If anyone had looked at this picture, they would never have believed that Carl was a traitor. So idealistic and peaceful was his time spent with his family. The main characters certainly didn't think that they would ever accuse this relative of theirs of the worst sins. Back then, they were just a happy family. In addition, the day was also perfect. The sky was blue and very clear. Only in some places, beautiful white clouds periodically floated by. But a moment later, the audience is shown a completely different picture. Endless storm clouds hung over the Nexus family castle, from which mercilessly poured freezing rain. In such weather, the owner would not throw the dog out of the house, but at least 2 people were in no hurry to hide under the roof. These were the protagonist and her brother, standing in black suits in front of 2 graves. It was the day their parents died. Melvin, already a teenager, hugged his younger sister by the shoulders, and the man who approached them added bitterly that his brother and sister-in-law were wonderful people. The young man turned around and looked at his last remaining relative, usually always beaming with joy and laughter. Now there was nothing but emptiness in his gaze. Carl was still relatively young at the time, and, despite the tragedy, maintained a calm expression on his face. When he met his nephews, he invited them to come to him. A moment later, the umbrella fell into a puddle, as if the person holding it had suddenly lost all strength to hold even the lightest objects, or had become filled with disgust towards it. In fact, Melvin threw it out, and not because he suddenly hated this household item, but because he was exhausted and huddled next to his uncle along with his sister. Even now, the villain recalled this with a sad expression on his face, as if he himself was sincerely saddened by the fact that he had to kill his own relatives for the sake of his current situation. And the main character, of course, didn't care about his melancholy. She continued to look at the man with cold horror, as if a monster with a huge mouth had suddenly appeared in front of her. At some point, even her legs failed her. The girl fell backwards, almost knocking over the prayer table, and in her head, the thought, "How did he end up here?" thundered. She could have gone on shaking and hysterically for a long time, because the embodiment of her worst fear was suddenly right in front of her. But the cold and sober part of her mind knew that this was no good. With some titanic effort of will, the protagonist managed to suppress her despair and horror, after which she looked at Carl with a completely calm gaze, as if he were an ordinary person. The man himself still did not take any action, and did not even say anything. But he hung over the girl like a living tower, with burning eyes fires. Hearing that Cheryl first called him Uncle out of habit, and then corrected herself and called him by his first name, the villain only sighed mockingly. Like, before the heroine was good-natured and gentle, and now she behaves coldly, like ice. But slowly approaching the victim closely, the antagonist added that such treatment was in fact correct, because it best characterized him. Then the man slowly, deliberately, frightening the victim with his unhurried movements, raised his wide-open palm, as if he was trying to see something on it or was preparing to hit his niece. But he didn't intend to harm her just yet. He simply stroked her cropped hair gently, commenting on how Melvin had always taken good care of his little sister. With a mocking grin, the elder Nexus added that he should have known that the late prince would be able to find a way to protect the protagonist from harm, even at the cost of his own life. But Carl could not have imagined, even in his wildest and wildest fantasies, that the blonde would decide to hand Cheryl over to the care of Felix Blair, a monster from a family associated with darkness. The girl was so angry that she even pushed his hand away from her. Not only did this bastard finish off Melvin, but he also dared to insult her beloved swordsman. At that moment, the princess became like the wind, but not like a calm spring breeze that seems to cover the skin with weightless kisses, but like the menacing breath of an approaching storm. Carl, however, was not at all impressed. Upon hearing the order not to insult the Blair family, he only mockingly asked if Fel wasn't a real monster, feeding on darkness itself. This, in the man's opinion, was the main reason why the swordsman decided to tie the knot with the protagonist. But it was said in such a harsh and dismissive manner that the girl was taken aback. And then she became so furious that she completely forgot about fear. On the contrary, she angrily screamed, "What right does Carl Nexus, a murderer and traitor to his own family, have to judge others?" There was only one monster in this room, the schemer himself, who had killed his own nephew for the sake of power. But this passionate emotional speech did not impress the man. On the contrary, he only chuckled contemptuously, clearly showing how little he cared about moral issues, and then slowly placed his hand on the princess's shoulder. He put her down, and then pressed the girl into the floor with such force that she helplessly fell on her back, unable to resist a much larger and older man. At that moment, her panic fear of her bloodthirsty uncle returned to her, and Carl himself, with exaggerated calm, asked what kind of nonsense the blonde was talking about. After all, Melvin had killed himself, fearing responsibility. The young man had acted like an irresponsible coward, incapable of fulfilling the role assigned to him by birth. And now his poor uncle was forced to sacrifice himself by accepting a very difficult and completely unwanted duty. This is exactly what the antagonist said, like a mad jester, reciting obscene poems with aplomb in front of the audience. And the girl, crushed by his weight, did not even have the strength to object. She only barely audibly repeated the curse her brother had thrown at the thugs at the beginning of the story. "The wind will never forgive you." And that was enough to make Carl angry, although a more correct term would be went crazy, because the man suddenly forgot about all his foolishness and buffoonish antics when he grabbed the girl's throat with his hands. The schemer was still smiling, but this grimace no longer resembled a human grin, even a mocking and vile one. Rather, it was like the grin of a shark maddened by blood. Carl really wanted to strangle the protagonist, but he couldn't do it, supposedly because of the remnants of affection, so he quickly let the girl go, but decided to return the insult 100-fold. The main character, despite the fact that she almost died from suffocation, immediately became tense, because the evil uncle was going to ride on Melvin's fate again. Her premonitions did not deceive her. The villain, in an emphatically good-natured and sympathetic tone, declared that they really liked it, without immediately specifying who he was talking about. And then he clarified that by them, Carl suspected the monsters that the knights of the fortresses fight, and the girl almost fell to the ground, realizing what exactly this meant. Unknown, hungry monsters ate the corpse of her beloved brother, leaving not even a piece of bone that could be buried or cremated, forever depriving him of the chance for a burial. It sounded so disgusting that her mind simply refused to take it seriously. And then Cheryl screamed in despair that the antagonist was lying. The villain asked with mocking calm why he would lie about such things. After all, suicides are just trash. No one will hold a memorial service for them anyway. And if that's the case, Carl said with a smile, then he didn't really have much of a choice. If the body couldn't be buried, then he couldn't leave it in the room, rotting and stinking up the entire fortress. The main character was suffocating from anger, hatred, and grief. She was shaking as if she was being shocked by electricity, and her tongue was so twisted that she couldn't even get a short word in. To further insult her, the man began to pretend that his niece's reaction did not bother him at all, and that it was much more important to figure out what to do with other things. But a second later, it became clear that the elder Nexus, with his characteristic sadism, had come up with a much worse insult. He admitted that he had dreamed of seizing power even when his brother, Cheryl and Melvin's father, was alive. In other words, those pleasant memories of family gatherings, hugs, and gifts were nothing more than hypocrisy. And Carl reveled in the victim's grief, like a hungry snake gradually devouring a rat. The unfortunate girl had completely lost her human appearance. She had not looked so bad even on the night of the riot, when her older brother was stabbed to death like a boar on a holiday. But the villain didn't notice this. According to the laws of the genre, he began to pour out his soul to his niece, because the latter could no longer do anything about his plans anyway. And his motive was as old and banal as the world itself: poisonous, soul-corroding envy. Because his older brother got everything: power, a loving, beautiful wife, wonderful children, and heirs. Therefore, the antagonist considered himself unfairly deprived by fate. He grabbed the girl by the neck again and began to shake her, asking where the gifts due to him were, why the family did not give him even a crumb from the common pie. Carl's rage at his own family, in which he occupied a deeply secondary position as a younger, lonely relative, was so great that he began to press with all his might on Cheryl's neck. The unfortunate heroine began to wheeze desperately, trying to breathe in at least a few grains of saving air, but the maddened sadist was not going to give her such an opportunity. The man, having finally lost his human appearance, was already screaming at the top of his voice. The grievances and envy that had been suppressed for many years were bursting out of him like water through a hole in a ship. And besides everything else, he was very angry about the curse of the divine wind. Carl saw it as a symbol of injustice, that his brother got everything on a platter, and he had to earn it through hard work. So the villain eventually shouted that this damn wind won't do anything, so, for one simple reason. The antagonist was going to kill the protagonist, remaining the last nexus, so the elements will have no choice but to recognize him. Everything was swimming before the unfortunate girl's eyes from lack of air. The picture became increasingly blurry until it turned into a haze. And then the blonde thought that Felix would probably be upset to find out what had happened to her here. With the last of her strength, she recalled the events of this morning, when the cold monks separated them and led them to different parts of the temple. Then she actually looked after her fiancé. The young man, unfortunately, did not see this, but Cheryl looked at his back for a very long time, as if enchanted, unable to tear her gaze away until the last moment. Now, dying from suffocation, she thought that she needed to thank the brunette for everything he had done for her. After all, the swordsman would probably blame himself for what had happened. If only she had the opportunity to speak, the protagonist could have said a lot of things, perhaps confessed her love, or simply thanked for saving her life. But this was not destined to happen. The girl's eye, once bright and shiny like a gem, became very dim because life itself was leaving her body. With her last effort, she blinked away bitter tears, and then with difficulty asked for forgiveness from her failed husband in her thoughts, unable to even whisper them. It would seem that this is where the story ends, but the higher powers had a different opinion. Quiet steps were heard, and then a cold voice called out Carl Nexus by name. The madman turned around abruptly, letting go of his barely alive niece, and the owner of the voice asked, "Is the aristocrat really going to put the saint who helped him in a compromising position?" It turned out to be the same priestess who met the protagonist at the entrance to the temple, and then contemptuously declared that Cheryl had a dirty and mortal body. She still continued to look with disdainful contempt, as if they were not killing an innocent and underage person before her eyes, but rather carrying away a rotting rat corpse. Before her eyes closed, plunging her mind into a deep swoon, the main character looked at the priestess in despair. But there was no help to be expected from her. However, this was not even necessary, as strange as it may sound. The mere presence of this woman was enough for the psychopath to forget about his prey and ask what the priestess was talking about. The woman in the cassock calmly explained that the temple didn't care what happened to Cheryl Nexus. Carl could spread it on bread and eat it instead of jam. But there was a nuance. A murder in the land of wisdom, the patrimony of the High King and priest, would inevitably create a stir that would not benefit either side. Neither the priests, nor Charles himself, as the latter quickly realized. But it would be a mistake to think that this was enough to save the protagonist. If earlier her uncle could have retreated, limiting himself to mockery, now, when he almost killed his relative, the road was closed. Accordingly, now he was going to finish what he had started, just in another place, where no one would interfere with his plans, and the main character would definitely not have to wait for salvation. However, it felt as if the universe had conspired to deprive the antagonist of his sweet victory. Before the man had time to settle the matter with the priestess, a panicking servant burst into the room. As it turned out, Elder Donovan, the same one who helped raise the protagonist and her brother, was heading to the temple, but Carl rudely said that it didn't matter now. However, leaving the main character further in the temple, where her allies could stumble upon her, was mortally dangerous, which the antagonist also understood very well. The knight who brought the bad news to his master was taken aback when he learned that he had to get rid of the little lady. But the former regent gave the swordsman such a terrible look that the latter chose not to argue. When the servant took out a large bag and began to stuff the limp girl into it, she woke up briefly and even recognized the voice of her new executioner. In a different situation, she would not have been lying there like a sack of potatoes, of course. The girl would have been screaming, fighting back with all her limbs. But after what she had been through, she only had enough strength to move her eyes. It was clear from the face of the man, whom Carl ordered to get rid of the protagonist, that he himself was scared to death and would like to avoid this unpleasant job at any cost. But there was no alternative. After this, readers are again plunged into a flashback from the main character's past, showing their relationships with other people and how this affects the present. Then, still alive and very young, Melvin came out to meet the knight and greeted him in an official tone. He even put the edge of his palm to his forehead, like a soldier. This surprised the swordsman, because the young man was the prince of the fortress. He had no need to behave so respectfully with the servants, but the boy did not see a problem with this. Smiling radiantly, as if he were a star in the form of a child, the late protagonist replied that he was simply paying his respects to the warrior who bravely defended their home. The warrior was moved. In his life, he clearly had not often received any respect, so he felt great pleasure, although he tried not to show it. It is unknown what they would have agreed on in the end, because a new face intervened in the conversation. A gray-bearded man grumpily asked what his charges had done again. This was Elder Donovan, an elderly but still strong man with a short gray mustache and beard, looking at those around him with the keen gaze of a hawk. Melvin, the sly little devil, immediately feigned mortal terror, as if the elder were some evil uncle who had come to punish the little ones for who knows what kind of mischief, the pranks they hadn't committed yet. And the old aristocrat, who had become accustomed to his siblings' specific sense of humor, sighed heavily. He said nothing more to the children, but instead turned to the warrior, who straightened up as if his spine had been turned into a stick by some unknown wizard. Donovan was about to give the knight an important mission, to keep an eye on the two little rascals so that they didn't do anything that would make everyone howl. The servant was confused, because the old man was one of the highest-ranking and most influential leaders of his clan, almost a royal minister. But then something even more amazing happened. The elder saluted the simple warrior. It made any words the boy was about to say die before they reached his tongue. He just couldn't believe that this was actually happening to him, but it felt extremely good. Any person is happy when his abilities and merits are recognized, and this one was no exception. Having come to his senses, he energetically promised that he would not take his eyes off his siblings. The teenagers, however, heard everything perfectly well, and immediately began to press the newly minted bodyguard with questions about whether he would agree to play with them, because it would be cool. Blushing furiously and awkwardly choosing his words, the warrior tried to explain that he had been chosen to guard the prince and princess, and not for games or anything like that. Cheryl asked, puzzled, what that meant, and Melvin kindly explained that it was as if guard was a synonym for the concept she already knew, protect. The boy was very pleased that he was able to teach his little sister a new word, and she, in turn, was surprised at how smart her brother was. But then they both flinched from a thunderous sneeze. Its source, of course, was the young knight. It was winter outside, and if the aristocrats were dressed in warm fur clothes, then the servant was forced to limit himself to cold armor and a thin green cloak that did not protect from the cold. Some people might not have cared, since many nobles were accustomed to thinking of servants and bodyguards as walking things rather than people. But Cheryl was not one of them. Looking at the warrior with a strange delight, she demanded that he immediately hold out his hands. Without explanation, she simply needed his palms right now. It was a strange whim, even by the standards of children. But, as the old proverb says, the master is the lord. So the young knight obediently extended his hands to the young lady. Perhaps subconsciously, he expected the girl to hit them, spit on them, or do something else equally humiliating. But instead, Cheryl put a large bag down. As it turned out, it was a small artifact created by the court sorcerer Logan. It emitted warmth, so the man's hands would no longer freeze, even in the harshest cold. Perhaps the warrior would have been quick to refuse such a gift, saying that it was the same as if they had offered him a simple swordsman, a royal crown. But the protagonist beamed with delight and joy that she had managed to help someone in a way that only children can. Perhaps even the most callous and cruel person in the world would not have been able to resist such kindness, so the unfortunate guard did not have a chance. For a few seconds, he simply looked at the young lady, unable to fully believe that this was actually happening. And then he smiled happily and sincerely back at her. Unfortunately, this is where the pleasant memory ended, and the situation was again transferred to the present. Cold, cruel, in which the life of the main character hung by a thread. Right now, that same knight, only 10 years older, was running as if he was being chased by demons, and on his shoulder was Cheryl, tucked into a burlap sack. It was like a scene from an adventure novel, where a devious villain kidnaps an innocent girl and runs away from her friends under cover of night. Although usually antagonists don't trip over random bricks. However, this is exactly what happened to the hapless thief, and he not only fell to the ground himself, miraculously not breaking his bones, but also dropped his precious load. The poor man looked at this with genuine horror. He was not a scoundrel like Carl Nexus, and he was genuinely worried about the well-being of the main character. Now the warrior reached out his hand towards her body in fear, fearing deep down that he had just accidentally smashed the noble captive's head or broken her neck. He very gently began to lift her up, explaining along the way that they had not yet left the land of wisdom, not so much to reassure Cheryl, but to ease his own conscience. The unfortunate warrior did not want to do this, and if he had a choice to refuse the current head of the lands of the winds, he would have refused it without a second thought. But he had no choice as a servant. Carl would have simply executed him for disobedience, and as we know, one's own shirt is closer to the body. But the girl said nothing about this. Walking to the seashore, the soldier was ranting that his boss was a terrible man. He had killed his own nephew without any mercy, and he would definitely crush a private soldier like an ant. The knight continued, and continued to repeat that he was very sorry that everything had turned out this way. He was desperately trying to come to an agreement with his conscience so that he could later look at himself in the mirror without disgust. It is unknown whether the man would have been able to actually finish off the main character, or would have simply abandoned her to her fate because some angry old man came out to confront them. This unknown person furiously called the frightened soldier an ungrateful traitor, and he also wore a blue cloak and long gray hair that were very familiar to readers. The involuntary killer froze in fear, drenched in cold sweat. He was perhaps not as afraid of this man as he was of Carl Nexus, but also a little less so. It also turned out that Cheryl had not spent all this time unconscious. She had simply been lying obediently on the kidnapper's shoulders and remained silent, not considering it necessary to do anything. But she recognized the voice immediately. She even turned around, trying to see her savior, but purely on reflex, because she still wouldn't have been able to see anything due to the impenetrable burlap. Meanwhile, the adults froze, like duelists, preparing at any moment to draw their swords and stain the ground with the hot blood of a slow-witted opponent. Say, the stranger trying to prevent the heinous crime from being committed turned out to be Elder Donovan, whom Carl feared so much, and over these 10 years, he has hardly aged, remaining similar to an elderly but strong and powerful eagle. The man was not just furious, he was literally mad with rage. If he had a weapon, the elder would probably have simply cut the cowardly knight into small pieces for daring to raise his hand against the protagonist. The warrior, on the other hand, was shaking like an aspen leaf. All he could do was mutter a surprised question about how the old man had managed to get here so quickly. But the elderly aristocrat had come not to answer questions, but to ask them. And he, without wasting time, angrily shouted whether the guard was going to put down his burden. The guard screamed in fear, and Donovan, realizing that it was useless to talk to this man, unceremoniously approached and snatched the bag with Cheryl from his hands. The elderly nobleman then very gently lowered the main character onto the soft beach sand, asking if she was okay after all this nightmare she had experienced. The girl was unable to get out of the burlap on her own because, as it turned out, her hands and feet were tied, but the elder helped her deal with this problem as well. Despite his advanced age, Donovan's strength and agility remained considerable, so the ropes were soon removed and unceremoniously thrown away. After this, when all the bonds were removed, the old man and the young girl embraced tenderly, like a loving grandfather who had not seen his dear granddaughter for many years, but finally got the chance to meet her. The monstrous stress that Cheryl had experienced over the past few hours was taking its toll. The protagonist could only quietly cry and thank the wind for the miracle it had sent. She was barely aware that it was Elder Donovan standing before her, the man who had become a father figure to her and Melvin, and the old man was whispering softly that yes, it was really him, and not some illusion. Then the old aristocrat glanced at the cowardly knight, who had no intention of leaving, and once again shouted angrily at how he even had the conscience to do such a thing. The minister of the lands of the wind's face turned red with indignation. Cheryl had treated this guard with great kindness all her life, and he, the ungrateful pig, repaid her like this. The man was still so frightened by this interference that he didn't even try to justify himself in any way. He only made inarticulate sounds due to his furiously chattering teeth. And at a certain moment, the hapless killer's strength completely left him, and he fell stupidly on his own ass, as if the carpet had been pulled out from under his feet. It was a strange picture. A frightened, sweaty guard, sitting awkwardly on the sand, and 10 meters away from him, a gray-bearded man in glasses tenderly hugging a girl. Donovan still couldn't get his head around the idea that the protagonist was alive, healthy, and next to him, and so he was in no hurry to let her out of his arms, lamenting that the wind would not leave them as long as the blonde was alive. In another situation, perhaps the main character would have gladly shifted the solution of the problems that had arisen to him, but she was no longer that person, and therefore gently pushed the elder away and warned that she would soon become part of the Blair family. Marriage with a member of another clan and taking his surname, in the girl's opinion, was sufficient reason for the old heavenly patron to abandon her. Donovan said nothing. He just looked at his charge with sympathy, and it was difficult to say what he wanted more, to hug her again or to carry her to some shelter. This silence lasted for some time, after which the elder quietly repeated the lie that Carl had been spreading, that Melvin had committed suicide out of fear of his duties as the head of the fortress. Moreover, there were rumors that Cheryl ran away with Felix because after the death of her older brother, life in her native outpost became unpalatable to her. The antagonist did not even have a hand in this. The girl looked at the old man, with huge eyes wet with tears. It seemed that she desperately wanted him, like the wizard from the fairy tale, to perform a miracle and fix everything with a wave of his hand. Unfortunately, the nobleman could not do this, but he at least tried to encourage his ward, reminding her that although the wind is invisible, he knows everything in this world. In simple terms, Donovan knew perfectly well that the above rumors were nothing more than white-threaded nonsense invented by Carl and his hangers-on, and he never intended to believe them. The protagonist continued to look at the elder with that same tearful gaze. It seemed that a little more, and she, forgetting about everything, would curl up into a ball and burst into tears. But it only lasted a few seconds, after which Cheryl looked down, accepting the harsh reality, and meekly whispered, "Okay." And then the rain came pouring down, as if some invisible director had decided that the scene had reached an emotional climax, and now needed to emphasize it by adding a dull downpour. The forgotten knight, sent by Carl to kill the protagonist far from the land of wisdom, did not disappear anywhere. He continued to stare at her and Donovan with eyes wide with horror. There was nothing human in those eyes anymore, only a bestial thirst for blood, born of fear for his own skin, as if the guard had turned into a hungry hyena. He was afraid of the elder, but not nearly as much as he was afraid of the former regent of the fortress, and he understood that Carl would kill him for failure. And so he reached for the blade with trembling hands. The main characters, unfortunately, did not notice this. Donovan calmly convinced the protagonist to marry Blair, because then her uncle would finally be powerless. According to the laws of the country, only two of its rulers, the King of Wisdom and the High Priest, have the right to interfere in the policies of the leaders of the fortresses. So in this case, Carl will have to give up and accept that his hated niece is now untouchable. Until then, it would be best for the girl to hide from the high-ranking freak in a safe place until the wind chose her. But Cheryl was worried about what would happen to her home. Castle Nexus? The elder's answer was very laconic, but at the same time exhaustive. He would simply wait for the true heir to the throne, and not an envious usurper. Of course, the protagonist would also need some time to become a truly worthy owner of the title of head. But Donovan was ready for this. As it turned out, he was not the only supporter of the main character. The entire family of the aristocrat, including his very young grandchildren, was ready to support her in the fight to restore justice. Cheryl was ready to cry again, but this time from joy. It was one thing to enlist Felix's support, and quite another to find out that you also had supporters at home, but that was not all. The elderly nobleman gently took the girl by the hands and decided to tell her something else, not as a politician, but as a man who had replaced her grandfather. It wasn't about the intrigues of the powers that be. It was something much more important. Donovan congratulated the protagonist on her engagement and admitted that he had long wanted to do it personally, not through messengers. The rain continued to fall in the distance, as if God had decided to send a great flood upon the mortal world for the second time. But now a few large drops fell on the beach. Only it was no longer a downpour, but the tears of a princess. Touched by these tender and loving words, she swore that one day she would definitely return as a full-fledged Nexus. In response, the elder only gently stroked her head, like a child, and assured her that he believed in it. He did not need loud promises or any proof. It is unknown how long this beautiful and touching moment would have lasted, and how it would have ended in the end, because at some point the sound of boots hitting the sand was heard. Donovan and Cheryl broke their embrace and looked away, still too emotionally strained to understand what was happening. But the main character guessed after a couple of seconds, because her eyes opened wide in fear, and her body reflexively moved back in an attempt to avoid danger. The knight rushed towards the girl with a naked blade. This was not an elegant attack that could be seen on the fencing grounds. The man ran with a hysterical scream, holding the blade forward. A couple more seconds, and the story would have ended. The protagonist would have fallen dead with her throat cut, leaving Felix a widower. But at the last moment, Donovan covered her. It all happened as if in a terrible slow motion. First, the maddened guard was about to impale the girl on his sword. Then a brave old man appeared between them. And then the heroine, forgetting how to breathe, stared forward in horror. The guard himself was taken aback. He froze, as if turned into a pillar of salt, breathing heavily, looking in horror at what he had done, and then only let out a short, indistinct "ah!" But then his military training took over, and the knight awkwardly pulled the bloody weapon out of Donovan's back, while the protagonist's sobbing was heard over all the crying. The old man, without hesitation, was ready to give his life for the sake of the young lady. He covered her with his own body, while both Cheryl and the traitor looked at this with animal fear and despair. A wound like that would have instantly killed most people, or at least sent them rolling on the floor from the sheer force of the blow. But the aristocrat seemed to be made of hardened steel, because not only did he not scream, but he also managed to get up without staggering. Donovan turned to the cowardly knight, looking at him with incredible anger and contempt. This crime was the best proof that the guard valued only his own skin until the very end. The man said nothing, did not try to justify himself, and did not even intend to hit the enemy a second time to finish him off. He had completely lost control of himself due to fear. If looks could kill, this coward would have already turned into a puddle of stinking slime. But, unfortunately, the elder could only angrily scold the unsuccessful killer. The elderly nobleman explained in a calm, firm voice that the warrior had failed in his task. He had failed to kill Cheryl Nexus, Carl's main opponent, but had gotten rid of one of the leaders of the Windlands who had opposed the former regent. The warrior listened to this with a face blue with fear and trembled like an aspen leaf. It seemed that a little more, and this man, having completely forgotten about the remnants of pride, would fall to his knees to beg for mercy. The sight was so disgusting that Donovan finally couldn't take it anymore and simply roared that if the guard understood everything, then he should finally get the hell out of there. The order didn't need to be repeated twice. The man turned and ran away, screaming at the top of his lungs, as if he had just been stabbed with a blade. For a while, the elderly aristocrat looked after this worm with contempt and hatred, but when it was far enough away, he fell to his knees, exhausted to Cheryl's horror. The protagonist reflexively tried to help the old man, to support him, but removing her hand from his reddened chest, she saw that it was completely stained with fresh blood. There was no point in even thinking about trying to treat such a wound on her own, so the main character, forgetting about caution, began to call for help. It didn't matter to her who would answer the call: the priests from the temple, random passers-by, or even Carl's servants. The main thing was that these people were able to help the unfortunate Donovan. The elder was weakening very quickly. Such a wound was a terrible blow, even for a young man, let alone an old man. But he desperately tried to say something to the protagonist. The girl was not going to allow this. She wanted her adopted grandfather to save his strength, while she, for example, went to find a wizard who could heal the wound and stop the bleeding. But the old man continued to insist on his own. He knew very well what damage had been done to his no longer young body, so he did not think that anything could save him. The main character desperately did not want to believe it and tried to convince Donovan himself to remain optimistic, but in response, he only gave her a trembling hand. The girl, sobbing bitterly, pressed her cheek against hers. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to the recent past, when her older brother died because of a vile traitor, but the elder tried to convince his ward not to give up. He reminded Cheryl that she was a member of the Nexus clan, a person marked by the divine wind itself, implying her incredible fortitude and kindness. Donovan's amber eyes, which had once resembled the keen and fierce eyes of an experienced hawk, were rapidly dimming as the last of his strength left the mortally wounded man. And before he fell silent forever and dropped his now cold hand to the ground, the old man asked the protagonist to always remember who she really is. Tears streamed down the girl's emerald green eyes. If she could prevent this tragedy, even if it meant cutting off her own limb, she would do it without hesitation. Then she remembered her childhood years spent with this strict, but kind and brave man. How he looked after her and Melvin, protected and taught them. One day, when the Nexus siblings were still very young, autumn came, and the kids took advantage of this to collect yellowed leaves from all over the area for a fun game. They chased each other, scattering maple leaves in all directions and laughing as sincerely and joyfully as only children can. And Donovan watched silently. Perhaps the elder was about to scold his charges for causing mischief and acting like hooligans instead of studying, but he couldn't help but smile tenderly. And now this man who had been Cheryl and Melvin's grandfather was dead. A lifeless pile of flesh, just because one traitor wanted more power and another was too afraid for his own skin. The main character desperately gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the sobs that were bursting out. Tears continued to run down her face, and her shoulders shook as if from the most severe cold. The protagonist clung to Donovan's body like a kitten, desperately begging the old man not to leave her alone. But, unfortunately, she was not destined to receive an answer. Some time passed. The main characters were found by a group of monks, so now several servants were wrapping the elder's body in a shroud, while others silently watched the main character, sitting devastatedly on the sand. The local priests may have been corrupt chauvinists, but they worked quickly. In just a few minutes, the corpse was ready to be transferred to the burial site. Most of the time, the girl watched this silently, because she did not have the strength to speak. But when they were about to carry the old man away, she still quietly asked where the body would be taken. The priests, pushing the cart forward, did not answer. They paid no more attention to the woman from a noble family than to a fly buzzing somewhere on the periphery of consciousness. This inhuman indifference frightened Cheryl Nexus very much. She stood up abruptly and leaned forward, loudly demanding to know where Donovan's body would be taken. But several monks blocked her path. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and shouted out why no one present was answering. But the priests seemed to be mute or strictly keeping a vow of silence. The main character prayed for at least someone to say something, to explain, but to no avail. The Holy Fathers remained unapproachable and cold, like the rocks surrounding the beach. After that, the action returned to the temple prayer room, and it looked dissonantly calm in comparison to the terrible events that had taken place just a few minutes earlier. The protagonist splashed slowly and indifferently in the cold, Arctic-like waters of the bathtub. She was helped to get to the center of the lands of wisdom and ordered to quickly wash off the blood. The priestess watched this from afar. The same one who helped Carl Nexus break into the temple, attack Cheryl, and set in motion this terrible chain of events that ended with Donovan's death. The young princess paid no more attention to this than to the quiet dripping of water somewhere on the edge of perception. It seemed that the whole world for her had turned into just an endless gray desert. In many ways, this was true. Now the main character was acting purely on reflexes, like a smart machine. But all her thoughts were occupied by the deceased aristocrat. The protagonist, as often happened with survivors of tragedies that resulted in casualties, felt terrible shame for remaining alive, and mentally begged her grandfather to forgive her for it. Unable to bear it any longer, the girl pressed her hands to her face and cried bitterly. Now she felt no more responsible for the tragedy than her uncle. Her grief-distorted mind felt like it was her fault, that she was so weak that she couldn't protect those closest to her, and allowed the bastards to kill both Melvin and Donovan. It is unknown how long this self-flagellation would have continued, and what the princess would have ultimately come to. But at some point in the flow of her dark, confused thoughts, a spark of flame seemed to flash. These were the words of her old mentor and adopted grandfather, the ones with which he begged the protagonist to become part of the Blair family, finally gaining power and immunity. The main character fell silent. All her convulsive sobs and sniffles stopped, as if some invisible person had pressed a special button that turned off the sound. For several long seconds, Cheryl stared into space, her mouth opening and then closing again, just like a fish pulled onto the shore by a fisherman. But now the girl understood exactly what and how she had to do. She had to marry Felix, acquiring his last name and all the opportunities and resources that came with it. With hands shaking from the strain, the protagonist picked up a large bucket filled with water that the monks left for guests to wash themselves in, and tipped some of it over herself, but accidentally spilled the liquid on the floor. The princess, however, did not pay the slightest attention to this. She, as if enchanted, continued to repeat to herself that she was obliged, at any cost, and in spite of all circumstances, to obtain the power that the Blair name bestows. This will open up truly vast opportunities for Cheryl, because she will no longer be a powerless little girl, weak prey for her uncle or any other high-born predator who decides he is the smartest one here. Having become Felix's full-fledged wife and co-ruler, the protagonist will certainly return to her native castle one day. And what will happen then, she did not say or think, but the hint was already very eloquent. This was enough for the girl to regain her composure and mental balance after Donovan's death. And now, with a firm gait, she climbed out of the bathroom. Having left the cold stone room, the blonde turned around and saw with unpleasant surprise that the monks had managed to get busy, preparing a new set of clothes, and everything would be fine, except that it was exactly the same nondescript cassock. Simple clothing made of white fabric with blue patterns, which was more suitable for a peasant woman than a noble woman. But the corrupt priestess didn't go anywhere. She continued to watch the protagonist like an old hungry hawk, and only dryly noted that her bathing had been unreasonably prolonged. Forgetting herself, she even began to reproach Cheryl, as if she were not an aristocrat of the highest rank, but a powerless servant, demanding that she finally start preparing faster. But the girl ignored it. Without turning around, the main character wanted to ask a question related to her native fortress in the lands of the winds, but the priestess impatiently interrupted that she was not going to answer such useless questions, as she herself put it. The woman, with a tired and contemptuous look, reminded him that this was the land of wisdom. The blonde's only task was to finally get dressed and go take her wedding vows before the king and the high priest. Previously, Cheryl would have been very confused and frightened by such a tone, because she did not know how best to behave with such people, but the events of the last few hours had managed to harden her. So the princess calmly and firmly repeated that somewhere here there was a dress brought from the Nexus fortress. So she, no, didn't ask. She ordered the arrogant, lying priestess to immediately find this dress and bring it here, which almost made the woman's jaw hit the floor. No one, except the high cleric and the king, dared to communicate with the local holy men in such a tone, so the nun did not immediately cope with her surprise. And after that, she tried to find out what goals the protagonist was pursuing. If there had been another person in the blonde's place, he might have tried to use his authority or simply attacked this bastard, taking revenge for the incident with Carl. But Cheryl chose a much more subtle approach, hitting her opponent with her own weapon, reminding her that according to the rules of the temple, one must go to a meeting with the rulers in the best clothes available. The woman was again taken aback, not knowing what to answer to this, because formally, the main character had really done nothing terrible. On the contrary, she had insisted on observing the laws of her own organization. After this, the girl calmly walked past the priestess, not paying any attention to her, while she cast a frightened glance at her ward, drenched in cold sweat. But to the credit of the antagonist, after a few minutes, she managed to pull herself together and agreed to look for the ill-fated item of clothing. And now there was no arrogant contempt in her gaze, but thoughtfulness. Somewhere else, a door creaked very quietly. A person entering gently opened it, letting the first rays of light into the gloomy stone room. It was the protagonist who entered the ascetic and modest dressing room. Sitting in front of the mirror, she thought that the dress was probably somewhere here, because Donovan was a very responsible person and always kept his promises. Reaching for the green semicircular comb, the young aristocrat thought that her late adopted grandfather would hardly want his ward to lose face at such an important event. That is why the main character was going to wear not some nondescript sackcloth, like the one that the servants of the temple tried to impose, but a real treasure in the form of clothings. No matter how the situation turned out, no matter what intrigues Carl and his henchmen were plotting, Cheryl remained the heiress of the Nexus family, the chosen one of the wind, and she was no longer going to allow those around her to forget about it. Some more time passed. A certain man looked with noticeable impatience at a small but expensive watch, mercilessly marking the lost time. It was Felix Blair, standing in the temple corridor in front of a large wooden door. He had not yet paced the space or wrung his hands, but he was already worried about his bride's lateness. The young man could be understood. He knew better than anyone how many dangers were swirling around the main character, and his instinct, tested by years of wars, told him that not everything would go smoothly on Earth Wisdom. At some point, the young knight heard a strange sound, turned around sharply, and froze in shock, as if some thunder god had struck him with lightning. But these were not Carl's thugs, who, under the guise of monks, were trying to get rid of their enemies. It was just a luxurious crystal slipper that fell to the floor with a barely audible thud, as if taken from the fairy tale about Cinderella. The dress rustled faintly. It was very long and airy, and it seemed to have been sewn by some wizard from real silver and moonlight. It was Cheryl Nexus. The priests, no matter how much they didn't want it, still found the dress Donovan had brought for her, and now the girl was walking down the corridor, looking like an angel descended from heaven. No, Felix didn't drop his jaw to the floor or go wide-eyed. He kept himself under control very well, even in such situations. But it was still very noticeable how shocked this man was by what he saw. The protagonist, looking at the groom with a blush and sparkling eyes, politely greeted him, and the young man himself thought that her clothes must symbolize the entire Nexus fortress with its snow-white color. The knight knew how stolid and ruthless the temple servants could be, and he found it hard to believe that they had allowed the girl to wear such luxury. Something was bound to happen that night. Immersed in these sad thoughts, the swordsman did not immediately realize that he had been silently staring at his future wife for several long seconds. She had to call out to the brunette to get some kind of reaction. Blinking, the young man indicated that he was now listening attentively to the blonde, and she slowly, with royal dignity, raised her fragile hand. Looking up at the main character, the protagonist quietly asked him to go together and ask for it externally, meaning to conclude the marriage in front of the faces of the king and the high cleric. The atmosphere changed dramatically. previously cold and monumental, like the walls of this gigantic temple. Now it was as if a breeze was blowing through it, a light and pleasant spring breeze. Cheryl stared at Felix, her emerald green eyes sparkling like gemstones that had been cut by a top-notch jeweler. The young head of the fortress and the Blair clan looked at the bride with sadness. It seemed as if he considered himself unworthy of such a treasure, and regretted that he could not let the protagonist go home. It didn't last that long, just a few seconds, but to the main characters, they seemed like an eternity, until the swordsman finally accepted the blonde's offer and took her hand. Fel usually seemed as cold and ruthless as the polar ice caps, a man who would chop off someone's head without hesitation. But now he tenderly admitted that Cheryl was right. The young man agreed that their time had come, so they should enter the main room of the temple. And, as if answering these words, the giant doors slowly and solemnly opened. Behind them, they hit a huge and impressive hall. It did not look flashy from excessive luxury, but one glance would be enough to understand that a king really lived here. In the shining void created by the bright sunlight, a voice rang out, a loud and strong call of a man solemnly calling out the names and surnames of the main characters. As the light faded a little, readers could see two elderly men in luxurious robes sitting on two identical thrones. One of them wore a robe and a scarlet crown, and the other wore priestly robes and a cleric's cap. The High King and the High Priest, who governed the whole country, ordered the young men to come and look at them so that the rulers could verify the sincerity of their intentions. And Felix hastened to carry out this order. Looking closely at the brunette, the crowned elder with very penetrating and clear blue eyes dryly noted that Blair should be more aware than anyone of the fuss his actions were causing. The king reminded that Cheryl Nexus was only 14 years old. She was still a child, so it was too early for her to think about marriage. But the brunette calmly retorted that in his family, decisions were not postponed for long. Very politely but firmly, the young man explains that he is not going to wait any longer. He says that the last remnants of his patience have melted and been absorbed into the land of wisdom, like rain moisture. But the ruler was not convinced by this short poetic speech. Boredly tapping his finger on the armrest of the throne, he said that the Felix Blair he knew was a very reasonable person who always made the most balanced decisions. Therefore, the statement that the swordsman loved the protagonist so much that he was ready to take her as a spouse as soon as possible, and at any cost, greatly surprised the king. He directly asked the protagonist whether he really valued his chosen one to such an extent. The young man did not say anything right away. He measured the ruler with a very attentive and intent gaze, as if trying to read the hidden and unspoken context of this proposal. The crowned elder may not have intended it, but with his question, he actually stirred up old wounds that Fel Blair had tried to push as deep into his subconscious as possible. He lost his parents at a very early age. They were torn to pieces by hungry monsters, and their son then stood for a long time in the cold rain, unable to believe that his father and mother were no longer there. Felix was unable to help his best friend, Melvin, despite knowing in advance about Carl's preparations for rebellion. And all that was left for him was to say goodbye to his torn, bloody body. And then there was the sister of the late Prince Melvin, a small, fragile, and defenseless girl with big green eyes, whom the swordsman led out of the dark closet. Perhaps the protagonist did not intend to tell all this out loud in front of strangers, but he could admit to himself honestly. The answer to the question of whether Cheryl was dear to him was received when the princess left her dusty shelter. All these thoughts took the brunette a few seconds. Without changing his face at all, this cold-blooded young man answered in the same respectful but firm tone. The protagonist was all he had left, and the girl herself, hearing such a revelation, looked at her fiancé with great surprise and embarrassment. Even after everything he had been through, it was hard to completely shake off the perception of Felix as an emotionless and ruthless person. But that was not the end. Turning to his bride, the knight called her the most precious creature to him with a smile. Perhaps after this, Cheryl flared up like a candle, unable to cope with the incredible flow of warm feelings. But Blair did not see this. He closed his eyes and turned away, but only in order to look firmly straight into the face of the king and the high priest of the land of wisdom, and ask them to seal this union in the face of people and God. The gray-bearded ruler was truly surprised by such a speech from the head of the clan of the Lords of Darkness. He had not yet answered anything. He only looked at the newlyweds with interest and thought about what was said. Perhaps, if what was happening depended only on his will, the elder would have immediately ordered the main characters to be declared husband and wife. But this was not the case. And after a couple of seconds, a short, cold "what" was heard in the air. It was the chief priest, who, as if unable to believe what he had heard, asked again whether Felix was really now demanding their permission to marry. Unlike the king, the first priest of the country was a relatively young man with long hair, no mustache or beard. But his light eyes looked cold, like two crystals of ice. It didn't take a great psychologist or a telepathic sorcerer to guess that the secular ruler might be benevolent. But his colleague representing the church was not going to give the protagonists a break. The man admitted out loud that he considered the whole thing to be some kind of ridiculous farce, that the head of the Blair fortress would travel all the way to the land of wisdom and put in so much effort just for the sake of marrying a young girl. However, the high priest decided to show at least a shadow of politeness. Having heard Felix's point of view on this issue, he now wanted to know what Cheryl herself thought about what was happening. The pontiff specifically clarified whether the main character had a say in the situation, showing that, in his opinion, the brunette could easily force the blonde to marry him by force or manipulation. In the past, something like this would have probably confused the girl, causing her to become confused and hide behind her husband's back. But not now. Nexus, in the same respectful but firm tone, replied that if what was happening had happened against her will, she would not have asked those in power to gather here. However, the cleric was not going to back down just yet. Frowning suspiciously, he reminded the protagonist that she was first and foremost a 14-year-old teenager, so how could she know whether Blair was right for her or not? Then the high priest openly admitted that in his opinion, Cheryl would inevitably regret this hasty decision. She still had her whole life ahead of her. She could easily find a much better match in the future than Felix. The girl did not argue or try to interrupt one of the two rulers of the lands of wisdom, fully aware that nothing would come of it, so she calmly waited for the next question. Looking at the blonde from the height of his throne, the pontiff asked in a menacing voice, "Is the protagonist really sure that the young knight is the ideal husband for her?" For a short time, the girl was embarrassed. This was perhaps the most important stage in her entire life, and the priest emanated such a stern aura that her tongue began to slur. The princess looked at the floor for a few seconds, unable to utter a word, before quietly but clearly saying, "I don't know," and the men's jaws nearly dropped in surprise. But if they thought that this was the end and the hearing could be closed, cursing the empty-headed youth in every possible way, then they were quite mistaken. Clenching her fists, Cheryl said that she firmly knew otherwise. Without looking up, the protagonist passionately said that his lordship was all she had, and that there was perhaps no one in the entire world who could compare to Fel in that regard, because the world that Nexus had once believed in was completely lost, crumbled to ashes because of a greedy, envious traitor who didn't care about his own family. For a moment, the princess experienced a traumatic flashback. It was as if she found herself again in a dark, narrow, and stuffy closet, surrounded by hateful things and freshly spilled blood. From the point of view of the main character, it was a real hell, a nightmare come true, from which there was no escape. But then a real miracle happened. Just as gods in different religions lead repentant souls out of hell, Felix Blair condescended to Cheryl Nexus and extended his strong but gentle hand to her. At that time, the girl was so grief-stricken by the betrayal of her uncle and the death of her beloved brother that she did not immediately notice how the darkness disappeared, giving way to light. The protagonist raised her head very slowly and timidly, as if one overly abrupt movement could cause the divine miracles to disappear, scatter in the wind, leaving the poor thing to the mercy of fate. But this never happened. Felix Blair was still standing, holding out his hand to the tormented soul, like an angel descended from heaven, and Melvin's words about how she should trust the young warrior were beating in the princess's head. Now that this flashback generated by Cheryl's consciousness was over, she could firmly repeat in front of the king and pontiff that yes, next to Fel, no other person could stand comparison. She no longer hid her eyes. On the contrary, she looked straight at the rulers of the land of wisdom, not at all embarrassed by her face, flushed from worry, and her eyes sparkled like diamonds refracting light. The elder in the crown did not answer. He only closed his eyes and sighed barely audibly, while his co-ruler in the cassock did not look away and barely noticeably clenched his fist. The great priest looked at the protagonist for a few seconds before also closing his eyes and sighing heavily, asking again, "So, Felix is perfect and he is all you have?" This emphasized tired calm was nothing more than a calm after which a storm began. The cleric looked at the girl with inexpressible rage and shouted that her words were blasphemous, because swearing eternal love in such expressions is permissible only to the Lord God. The man raged like a tornado. From the height of his throne, he rained curses down on the frightened and tense protagonists, asking how they, filthy strangers on sacred land, dared to use these holy words at all. Perhaps the pontiff could have continued to thunder and lightning for a long time, and then simply ordered Blair and Nexus to be thrown out of sight. But the king, with a carefree smile, asked his colleague if what was happening was not normal. Despite his venerable age, the ruler easily rose to his feet, straightened his broad shoulders, and then loudly said, "Loving your spouse with all your heart and soul is one of the postulates of the Holy Scriptures. This is what God taught mortals." The priest was taken aback and more timidly tried to reason with his colleague, but the king did not even think of finishing. Not paying any attention to the grumpy and hot-tempered cleric, he turned to the protagonists and assured them that he would fully feel the sincerity and depth of their relationship. Or, to put it more succinctly, the king of the land of wisdom had nothing against their marriage. To the deep shock of the priest, like a good-natured grandfather who did not scold his grandchildren for their pranks, but gently chided them and even praised them. In another situation, the pontiff might have challenged this decision, appealing to the insulted authority of the church, but the reason was so insignificant and the sovereign's argument so logical that the priest had no choice but to put a good face on a bad situation. Having made sure that his co-ruler really agreed and was not going to engage in pettifogging, the gray-bearded king solemnly raised his voice and announced to the entire hall that in the name of the wisdom sent down from heaven by God, he declared that Felix Blair and Cheryl Nexus were allowed to marry. The main characters were truly happy. The brunette closed his eyes peacefully, while the blonde looked at the rulers with incredible gratitude. But the official wedding ceremony was still ahead. In order for the marriage to be official in the eyes of mortals and the Lord, the protagonists had to approach the Holy Father so that their mutual feelings would become even stronger, thanks to the breath of God. At that moment, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were happily watching two loving hearts finally reunite. Bright sunlight penetrated through the glass on the roof into the hall, playfully shimmering over the statues of angels and the sculptures of the Holy Cross. Unlike the weddings of commoners, which were noisy and resembled a fair, in the land of wisdom no outsiders were allowed. Except for the newlyweds, the king and the priest, the hall was completely empty. But this did not make the event any less majestic. The pontiff, resigned to the fact that this time what was happening against his will, acted like a professional. He agreed to arrange the ceremony and first of all accepted the holy book from the hands of the king. It was not the Bible or any other earthly collection of holy texts. This Talmud had a symbol resembling a bizarrely twisted gilded star. But if we do not take into account this peculiarity, the ritual of uniting in marriage took place in much the same way as it had on earth for many centuries. The young people stood on opposite sides of the priest, while the latter solemnly read passages from a book and called upon higher powers to bless the bride and groom. The great priest had done this so many times in his long life that such ceremonies had become routine for him, and all instructions had become reflexes brought to automaticity. And having finished reading the text, he ordered the protagonists to confess together. This was another very important element of the ritual. Felix Blair and Cheryl Nexus had to show their endless devotion to each other in front of God and people, and also express similar respect to the one and all-powerful deity that brought them together. At that moment, the huge gates leading to the throne room of the Land of Wisdom creaked and opened slightly, as if some invisible and weightless spirit had decided to honor the main characters with its presence while they were distracted. But of course, it was not a person or some random ghost. It was the divine wind, which had accompanied the young Nexus and looked after her from the very beginning. And now, it flowed gently through her fingers, giving a feeling of comfort and warmth. It was incomparable to the icy and sharp currents of the northern wind, from which the skin seemed to be pierced by needles, and in no way similar to the drying breath of the dry wind. The protagonist, closing her eyes with pleasure, felt as if her brother was hugging her. She had no idea that Melvin's spirit had appeared to Felix early in the story and made it clear that he fully approved of the idea of protecting his sister through marriage. Otherwise, she might have seen it as more than just a divine sign. Looking up at the silent brunette, the girl thought with tenderness and slight melancholy that if only she could share this wonderful feeling with her fiancé, she would do it without hesitation. Fel deserved it like no one else. It was quite possible that the young man was thinking about something similar at that moment. His face still did not change. He seemed calm and indifferent, but his eyes became moist and warm when Blair lovingly pronounced the first and last name of his bride. It was not a solemn oath full of pathos and expressions, but just two short and simple words. But the way they were said made the protagonist smile happily, with a feeling as if sunlight was spreading through her body. The girl didn't respond to this. She looked into the groom's blue eyes with a smile for a few seconds, and then extended her hand, as if repeating the gesture that Felix himself used when he saved his future wife from a pack of Karl's thugs. The man said nothing, but in a situation like this, any words, even the most tender and sincere, would seem superfluous and empty. So the knight simply touched Cheryl's limb, demonstrating his complete trust in her. At this moment, it was time to pronounce the most sacred and important part of the marriage vow. Still looking at the protagonist with affection and tenderness, the knight said that from this moment on, he would give himself to her entirely, without any hesitation. Both heroes closed their eyes and bowed their heads slightly, after which the young head of the Blair clan continued reading the vow. He solemnly promised that he would be understanding of his wife's decisions and act in accordance with her wishes. After that, the entire universe seemed to freeze for a few seconds, focusing only on the beating of two loving hearts, until the main characters opened their eyes, and the sonorous voice of the pontiff announced that they now truly belonged to each other. Afterwards, the officiant said that the bride and groom could show each other the symbols of their new, eternal commitment. And for the first time during the ceremony, Cheryl felt genuinely confused, as if someone had suddenly ordered the wedding to be called off. As it turned out, the protagonist had never heard before that newlyweds were required to present each other with some kind of symbols, so she hadn't prepared anything, and now she was horrified to think, would the wedding really be postponed because of this accident? Fortunately, the young swordsman, as before, was calm. Unlike the bride, he clearly knew about this feature of the ceremony, so now he was taking out the relics he had prepared in advance from under his suit. Seeing how tense his new wife was, Felix gently asked her not to worry, but that was unnecessary, because the blonde's entire attention was occupied by the things that the protagonist had pulled out of his pocket. It turned out to be a box, not very large, comparable in length and width to a human palm. It did not have any special decorations, only a gilded symbol in the form of a crescent moon on the lid. The young knight opened the vessel with one swift movement, revealing the gift the pontiff had spoken of. Two small wedding rings of dark and light metal, adorned with blue gemstones. Except for the color and placement of the gems, the accessories looked almost identical. And then Felix placed a dark ring in Cheryl's hands and said that she could put it on her husband's finger. The girl did so, carefully pulling the jewelry onto the aristocrat's ring finger. But when it was time to put the light ring on her hand, Blair warned that it was better not to do this yet. Instead, the leader of the northern outpost asked the protagonist to wait, and then he passed a small chain through the ring, turning the wedding accessory into something like a precious amulet. He carefully tied this thing around the blonde's neck, and she was so surprised that she didn't even try to resist or even ask questions. The poor girl seemed to have been dipped into a vat of hot but gentle flame. When Felix Blair finished, Cheryl Nexus stared at him with wide eyes, tears starting to form in them, because the main character didn't really understand what such a gesture meant, but she couldn't ask the question out loud. The brunette, characteristically, did not try to calm her down. He simply looked at the girl, but with such a gentle and loving gaze that any questions about the sincerity of his intentions and feelings died away on their own. After the wedding was finally over, the audience was shown the temple from the outside, and it looked like a true work of art, like a fairy tale that a brilliant sculptor had embodied in marble and light metal, and an old acquaintance of the main characters was also hurrying towards them. Bess Winter, the court witch of the Blair family, running through the snowy forest, waving her hand and desperately calling for the newlyweds. The blonde greeted her happily, but the red-haired woman was interested in how the wedding ceremony went. Instead of answering, the protagonist showed her ring on a chain, and the sorceress, freezing for a moment, smiled happily. After this, she hugged the young man and the girl by the shoulders, sincerely glad that they had found happiness in each other's company. Cheryl Blair was momentarily taken aback by such pressure, but then she hugged Winter back with a tender smile, like her best friend. The elder in the crown did not answer. He only closed his eyes and sighed barely audibly, while his co-ruler in the cassock did not look away and barely noticeably clenched his fist. The great priest looked at the protagonist for a few seconds before also closing his eyes and sighing heavily, asking again, "So, Felix is perfect and he is all you have?" This emphasized tired calm was nothing more than a calm after which a storm began. The cleric looked at the girl with inexpressible rage and shouted that her words were blasphemous, because swearing eternal love in such expressions is permissible only to the Lord God. The man raged like a tornado. From the height of his throne, he rained curses down on the frightened and tense protagonists, asking how they, filthy strangers on sacred land, dared to use these holy words at all. Perhaps the pontiff could have continued to thunder and lightning for a long time, and then simply ordered Blair and Nexus to be thrown out of sight. But the king, with a carefree smile, asked his colleague if what was happening was not normal. Despite his venerable age, the ruler easily rose to his feet, straightened his broad shoulders, and then loudly said, "Loving your spouse with all your heart and soul is one of the postulates of the Holy Scriptures. This is what God taught mortals." The priest was taken aback and more timidly tried to reason with his colleague, but the king did not even think of finishing. Not paying any attention to the grumpy and hot-tempered cleric, he turned to the protagonists and assured them that he would fully feel the sincerity and depth of their relationship. Or, to put it more succinctly, the king of the land of wisdom had nothing against their marriage. To the deep shock of the priest, like a good-natured grandfather who did not scold his grandchildren for their pranks, but gently chided them and even praised them. In another situation, the pontiff might have challenged this decision, appealing to the insulted authority of the church, but the reason was so insignificant and the sovereign's arguments so logical that the priest had no choice but to put a good face on a bad situation. Having made sure that his co-ruler really agreed and was not going to engage in pettifogging, the gray-bearded king solemnly raised his voice and announced to the entire hall that in the name of the wisdom sent down from heaven by God, he declared that Felix Blair and Cheryl Nexus were allowed to marry. The main characters were truly happy. The brunette closed his eyes peacefully, while the blonde looked at the rulers with incredible gratitude. But the official wedding ceremony was still ahead. In order for the marriage to be official in the eyes of mortals and the Lord, the protagonists had to approach the Holy Father so that their mutual feelings would become even stronger, thanks to the breath of God. At that moment, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were happily watching two loving hearts finally reunite. Bright sunlight penetrated through the glass on the roof into the hall, playfully shimmering over the statues of angels and the sculptures of the Holy Cross. Unlike the weddings of commoners, which were noisy and resembled a fair, in the land of wisdom no outsiders were allowed. Except for the newlyweds, the king and the priest, the hall was completely empty. But this did not make the event any less majestic. The pontiff, resigned to the fact that this time what was happening against his will, acted like a professional. He agreed to arrange the ceremony and first of all accepted the holy book from the hands of the king. It was not the Bible or any other earthly collection of holy texts. This Talmud had a symbol resembling a bizarrely twisted gilded star. But if we do not take into account this peculiarity, the ritual of uniting in marriage took place in much the same way as it had on earth for many centuries. The young people stood on opposite sides of the priest, while the latter solemnly read passages from a book and called upon higher powers to bless the bride and groom. The great priest had done this so many times in his long life that such ceremonies had become routine for him, and all instructions had become reflexes brought to automaticity. And having finished reading the text, he ordered the protagonists to confess together. This was another very important element of the ritual. Felix Blair and Cheryl Nexus had to show their endless devotion to each other in front of God and people, and also express similar respect to the one and all-powerful deity that brought them together. At that moment, the huge gates leading to the throne room of the Land of Wisdom creaked and opened slightly, as if some invisible and weightless spirit had decided to honor the main characters with its presence while they were distracted. But of course, it was not a person or some random ghost. It was the divine wind, which had accompanied the young Nexus and looked after her from the very beginning. And now, it flowed gently through her fingers, giving a feeling of comfort and warmth. It was incomparable to the icy and sharp currents of the northern wind, from which the skin seemed to be pierced by needles, and in no way similar to the drying breath of the dry wind. The protagonist, closing her eyes with pleasure, felt as if her brother was hugging her. She had no idea that Melvin's spirit had appeared to Felix early in the story and made it clear that he fully approved of the idea of protecting his sister through marriage. Otherwise, she might have seen it as more than just a divine sign. Looking up at the silent brunette, the girl thought with tenderness and slight melancholy that if only she could share this wonderful feeling with her fiancé, she would do it without hesitation. Fel deserved it like no one else. It was quite possible that the young man was thinking about something similar at that moment. His face still did not change. He seemed calm and indifferent, but his eyes became moist and warm when Blair lovingly pronounced the first and last name of his bride. It was not a solemn oath full of pathos and expressions, but just two short and simple words. But the way they were said made the protagonist smile happily, with a feeling as if sunlight was spreading through her body. The girl didn't respond to this. She looked into the groom's blue eyes with a smile for a few seconds, and then extended her hand, as if repeating the gesture that Felix himself used when he saved his future wife from a pack of Carl's thugs. The man said nothing, but in a situation like this, any words, even the most tender and sincere, would seem superfluous and empty. So the knight simply touched Cheryl's limb, demonstrating his complete trust in her. At this moment, it was time to pronounce the most sacred and important part of the marriage vow. Still looking at the protagonist with affection and tenderness, the knight said that from this moment on, he would give himself to her entirely, without any hesitation. Both heroes closed their eyes and bowed their heads slightly, after which the young head of the Blair clan continued reading the vow. He solemnly promised that he would be understanding of his wife's decisions and act in accordance with her wishes. After that, the entire universe seemed to freeze for a few seconds, focusing only on the beating of two loving hearts, until the main characters opened their eyes, and the sonorous voice of the pontiff announced that they now truly belonged to each other. Afterwards, the officiant said that the bride and groom could show each other the symbols of their new, eternal commitment. And for the first time during the ceremony, Cheryl felt genuinely confused, as if someone had suddenly ordered the wedding to be called off. As it turned out, the protagonist had never heard before that newlyweds were required to present each other with some kind of symbols, so she hadn't prepared anything, and now she was horrified to think, would the wedding really be postponed because of this accident? Fortunately, the young swordsman, as before, was calm. Unlike the bride, he clearly knew about this feature of the ceremony, so now he was taking out the relics he had prepared in advance from under his suit. Seeing how tense his new wife was, Felix gently asked her not to worry, but that was unnecessary, because the blonde's entire attention was occupied by the things that the protagonist had pulled out of his pocket. It turned out to be a box, not very large, comparable in length and width to a human palm. It did not have any special decorations, only a gilded symbol in the form of a crescent moon on the lid. The young knight opened the vessel with one swift movement, revealing the gift the pontiff had spoken of. Two small wedding rings of dark and light metal, adorned with blue gemstones. Except for the color and placement of the gems, the accessories looked almost identical. And then Felix placed a dark ring in Cheryl's hands and said that she could put it on her husband's finger. The girl did so, carefully pulling the jewelry onto the aristocrat's ring finger. But when it was time to put the light ring on her hand, Blair warned that it was better not to do this yet. Instead, the leader of the northern outpost asked the protagonist to wait, and then he passed a small chain through the ring, turning the wedding accessory into something like a precious amulet. He carefully tied this thing around the blonde's neck, and she was so surprised that she didn't even try to resist or even ask questions. The poor girl seemed to have been dipped into a vat of hot but gentle flame. When Felix Blair finished, Cheryl Nexus stared at him with wide eyes, tears starting to form in them, because the main character didn't really understand what such a gesture meant, but she couldn't ask the question out loud. The brunette, characteristically, did not try to calm her down. He simply looked at the girl, but with such a gentle and loving gaze that any questions about the sincerity of his intentions and feelings died away on their own. After the wedding was finally over, the audience was shown the temple from the outside, and it looked like a true work of art, like a fairy tale that a brilliant sculptor had embodied in marble and light metal. And an old acquaintance of the main characters was also hurrying towards them. Bess Winter, the court witch of the Blair family, running through the snowy forest, waving her hand and desperately calling for the newlyweds. The blonde greeted her happily, but the red-haired woman was interested in how the wedding ceremony went. Instead of answering, the protagonist showed her ring on a chain, and the sorceress, freezing for a moment, smiled happily. After this, she hugged the young man and the girl by the shoulders, sincerely glad that they had found happiness in each other's company. Cheryl Blair was momentarily taken aback by such pressure.